About that statue that, it's not just a statue. You see it and immediately it evokes a thought that I can do anything and be anyone.
I mean, in my opinion, Casey, and you may share this, but I kind of love that it's kind of just by itself there in front of the Sevier County Courthouse. And it's just a picture of her. I think she's laying back, has the guitar, that it's not some big shrine. We said to kind of Dollywood is kind of a shrine in and of itself, if you will, but just embodies her in every single way that she was. She's just a girl from Sevier County that didn't just do good. She did incredible, did amazing.
Yeah, and did so much for others, too.
Yeah, all right. Casey, we'll let you go, and we will talk to you shortly once you get set up there in Sevierville. So safe travels the rest of the way there. I know you're just a couple minutes away.
Okay, we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Casey. For folks who are just joining us, hearing the news that Dolly Parton has passed away at the age of 80, you may have not heard us talk a little bit about our shock and surprise walking out here, because Harry and I had planned on giving an update on Dolly Parton's health. She had just done an interview with People magazine and had talked a little bit about some of her health challenges that she's been pretty candid about on social media over the last few months, and took us by much surprise to hear this news based on that interview that was done, just 5 days ago, right?
Right.
For folks just joining us, the President of the United States, President Donald Trump, has released a statement about the passing of Dolly Parton. He says, quote, "It is very sad to report that Dolly Parton, one of the greatest country singers and far beyond ever, has just passed away. This is a true loss for millions of people. There has never been anyone like her and never will. In her honor, I'm lowering the American flag throughout the United States for a 1-week period beginning tonight at 6 p.m. And we took a live look in Nashville a few moments ago, in Music City at the Country Music Hall of Fame, and we see their flag is already lowered. And so it's not, people are not waiting until 6 p.m.
No,
they're going ahead and
all.
paying tribute to Dolly Parton in any way they can.
And is finally coming together on this historic wall.
It's a tall order. It's an awesome responsibility. I'm very honored.
Dolly's history with the Pines dates back 60 years ago when she had her first paid performance in this very building. Now they're ready to celebrate her 77th birthday.
We're excited to celebrate her. She got her start here at the Pines. She had her first paid performance at the age of 10. So we're excited to celebrate where she's gone from there.
This party will be all about Dolly, and it's free.
We are going all out. So we've got pink balloons, we've got cupcakes, we're going to play Dolly hits and covers all night long.
And for Thompson, a chance to show off her work in hopes that Dolly will see it herself one day.
That it's a labor of love, not just from me, but from this community. And I hope that she would see that a lot of care and appreciation went into this project.
In Sevierville, Kyle Granger, WVLT News.
All right, Russell Bivin is joining us to talk a little bit about this news. I mean, this is just unbelievable. You've worked in this market for decades, and I can only imagine you're feeling what so many people are feeling right now.
Yeah, I think we knew that she wasn't doing
Right.
well, but it's still a shock. It
Yeah.
still comes in as a shock. But one of the kindest human beings I've ever met, and one of the, I got here 30 years ago. I get to interview Dolly Parton, and I'm this nervous 28-year-old kid or whatever, how old ever I am, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm interviewing Dolly Parton. And then, as the years go by, you start to you build a relationship, and you become, you become a little bit. You come a little bit closer, and when that happens, you realize how special Dolly Parton really was. Because in an industry that can really take you to do things that you don't want to do, and fame can turn you into something that you're not, I can honestly say that she stayed grounded to her Sevier County roots, even in Hollywood. I mean, just incredible. I remember one time we were just talking, and she had been married to Carl Dean for, I don't know, it was like 45 years or something. And I said, you know, how does that work out here? Because you're gone. She didn't like to fly, right? So she took her bus everywhere. And Carl Dean was with her as much as he could be. And she said, you know, when 50 years in the industry, Hollywood industry, being married is about 150 years in regular life, you know? So just a lot of things that she had to deal with that could have been, and turn out for a lot of people that are in Hollywood, to be a mess. She stayed true to who she was. She stayed humble, and she was just a Sevier County songbird for her whole life.
You can't blame anyone who is. We haven't named anyone else alongside of her who have reached her heights, because simply it's hard to go up to. They would almost be bringing Dolly down in some ways. But what was like talking to her in terms of, you hear every once in a while nice celebrities that have a bad day, they yell at someone, or you hear, oh, the one time I met this person. I've talked to a lot of people. I never got to talk to her personally, but I've talked to a lot of people who have met her and have said it was one of the best experiences ever. What was that like, just when you were a 28-year-old kid, or any
amazing.
other time?
It was amazing, and it only got better. You know, I was starstruck when I first met her, right, as anybody would. But then the more I got to know her, the more it was like, you know, you're hanging out with somebody that you're friends with, and she was one of the funniest human beings out there. I mean, absolutely hilarious person. Had a great sense of humor, and you know, and maybe something a lot of people don't know about is she had a really strong faith. She really, really did. You know, the Christmas show that we do on WVLT every year that you guys have been kind enough to let us do, it airs here and in Nashville. That's the first person we contacted. When Beth and I knew we were going to do a show, Dolly was the first person we contacted. And she said, wait, so this is about family and about faith? And we said, yes. And she said, so it's really going to be, they're going to let you do that? And we said, yes, they're going to let us do it. And she said, I'm in. And year two, she said, I'm in. And so, you know, I think that speaks volumes to her that she still would do stuff with local people when she's a global icon, you know, but her faith was, that brings a lot of peace today. You know, she was really grounded in her faith.
What's one moment that you remember hearing from someone in the community who was impacted by her? You know, it's one thing to be in her presence and she impacts you, but the way that she helped this community in every moment of its need is so incredible to me. Do you remember a time where someone came up to you and said, had it not been for Dolly?
Amanda, I think it would probably be the Gatlinburg wildfires.
Yeah.
Because there were so many different people that would come up, and people wanted to talk, obviously, because it had been through trauma. And just when Dolly stepped in and did the things that she did to help her hometown, it really made an impact on people who live there in a big way. And so I would say that. And I've also had some others who have said that she went on her way to help their nonprofit, you know, and that people don't even know about. But I think the wildfires are something that, you know, she really made a mark on people, impact their lives. And then you look at all the stuff she's done, you know, with the Imagination Library. I mean, it's amazing.
The wildfires were such a pivotal moment. And for people who are new to the state or don't remember, we had multiple people who were killed in a wildfire in the Smoky Mountains. And the amount of despair that existed in that time for us as a community was so difficult, knowing how much had been destroyed and how many lives were lost and ruined. And she emerged as this guiding light.
Yes,
this
that's well
force
said.
of it's gonna be okay. And a leader when we really needed someone to comfort us, guide us, and tell us that we were gonna recover. And she did that and filled that space so perfectly.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was going to say it, you already said it, that she came in to that dark time when that town was going at the valley, and she kind of provided the light and eventually got back on the mountaintop. But when she swooped in, it was pretty amazing to watch. And then the fundraiser she did out of Nashville was incredible too. So A great, great lady. We've lost an absolute treasure. But what she has left and the lives she has impacted, that'll last a lifetime.
And there's few people that kind of have that tie back home. You think of it with athletes or something like that. Oh,
Yeah.
he went back to his high school or whatever. But talk just about her ties here and how she let the whole world know where she was from.
Oh, 100%. She was not ashamed of it one bit, no matter where she went, no matter who she talked to, no matter who she met. She was always proud that she was from East Tennessee. And she would come home and she would be here in East Tennessee. She and Carl Dean would take that RV and go camping in the Smokies, just the two of them. Maybe she was dolled up, maybe she wasn't, but she loved to be here.
There's someone that has a camping story of walking by.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
If you have that story, call us because we definitely want to hear it. That's a good one. I mean, you talk about legacy too. It's like this is a legacy that will extend far beyond, I think, anyone else. I just think of all the lives she's touched and all the good that she's done. It's just incredible to think about. It's enormous.
Before I actually heard the news, I was driving past what was Children's Hospital, and I saw Dolly's Children's Hospital, and I thought, man, that looks pretty cool. And it wasn't 10 minutes later, I got the text that she had passed away.
Wow.
Just amazing.
Russell, thank you so much for just sharing some
Thank
words
you
with
all.
us. And we do want to get, I believe we have Congressman Tim Burchett with us live here this afternoon on the news, the very sad news, Dolly Parton passing away at 80 years old. Congressman, we read your tweet that you put on X earlier. I just want to kind of give you the floor to kind of your reaction to this news.
Well, I'm saddened, but I'm also very happy that she did remember where she came from. I don't think enough has been said about Children's Hospital, the legacy. There's a lot of people don't know, but there's a lot of secrecy surrounding that because she didn't want people to, I don't think, overshadow it, but I think it's going to be a very long-lasting legacy at Children's Hospital, taking care of kids from this area. I grew up here. During my Evel Knievel phase, I spent a lot of time in their emergency room. When my little daughter, Sweet Isabel, got run over by a horse, it was Children's Hospital that they took her to. And Dolly realizes that because the people from this area, rich or poor, that's where they go if they've got children, and she wanted to take care of them. But I was, the last time I saw Dolly, Sid and Joe Blaylock, they knew that Kelly and I were Dolly fans, and they also knew that I'd never had a picture made with her because every politician in Tennessee has a picture with Dolly somehow. And so they took me to the concert, Kelly and I, and they're close to her. They grew up with her up at Sevierville and the foundation. And I remember Sid took me through the back door there, and there was Dolly, and we met her and had a great picture with her, and she complimented Kelly on how beautiful she was, and she and I sang the Kaz Walker theme song together, and we laughed, and that was just a real special time for us, and I will always cherish that time.
Congressman Burchett, you mentioned that this has kind of been secretive. Are you alluding that there is more to come there with that partnership, or things that we don't know about that she had planned?
No, I think it's a lot more substantial than people realize, is what I think, knowing Dolly. And she would not want either. I can hear her saying that she didn't want her name on it, but they wanted to put her name on it. And I think it's going to be more substantial than people could ever even fathom because of her incredible generosity and love for this community.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a parent and, your child has been sick, you've found yourself at Dolly Parton Children's Hospital, probably back when it was East Tennessee Children's Hospital, and you've been so grateful that they were there. And I know they've been that for my family and my children and so many countless others as well.
Yes, ma'am. And it's an incredible legacy to her. It's just ongoing. It's ongoing. I heard Russell talking about the wildfires, and that affected her people. And that's what she said, my people. She considered Tennesseans her people, and they considered her part of their family. It was amazing to me when I would see her talking to people and the individuality. You see these people on television. I meet stars and big shots all the time. And let me tell you, they're totally different people. A lot of them are just not good people. But she was what you saw on television in private and in real life. And she had wit, her incredible intelligence. I'd say her IQ tested right off the chart, but she still made it cool to be country and be able to and not have to disguise your accent. And I dig that about her.
Congressman, what was that like just in your travels around since you've been in office of kind of being from the area that maybe not necessarily directly representing where she's from, but just being a representative from East Tennessee and having other people go, oh, that's where Dolly's from?
Exactly. I would get that all over the country. As a matter of fact, when I met the King of Jordan, everybody, being a freshman congressman, I would be the last one to ask the question. I always say I'm the 435th most powerful member of Congress. And I told him, I said, and everybody asked all these incredible questions, you know, of world peace and all this stuff. And I said, and it finally got to me. I was the very last person. I said, to tell you the truth, King, I've never met royalty. I said, the closest I've ever come is when I met Dolly Parton. And everybody just drew a gasp. And I said, and to tell you the truth, I was more impressed with her. And he laughed and laughed. And every time King of Jordan, to this day, when he sees me, he laughs about Dolly Parton and how much he loved her. And just, you know, I mean, it's international. And that kind of cut the ice in the whole room, because it was always tense when those world leaders are there. But and that ended up being the big story that I joked about Dolly Parton with the King of Jordan. And so, you know, it's just her love was international. I mean, this is a guy who's a Muslim and is a world leader all the way around the world. That was a Dolly Parton fan, and how much he loved her. And we would talk about that, and possibly his love of Jack Daniel's whiskey.
Well, Congressman Burchett, thanks for sharing with us. Stay close by, because we're going to want to talk to you again for sure. But we have traveled to Sevier County,
yes,
and we're somewhere very important live right now.
Yeah, I believe our Alexa is at Dollywood right now. She's been talking to some of the folks, talking to the Pines, who kind of gave her start there. Alexa, anyone gathering around Dollywood, what can you tell us so far on this heartbreaking day?
Hey guys, yeah, I was actually just at the main gates, and they're still letting visitors into the parks right now. Not any crowds outside of the park, as I'm actually the only one out here as we speak. But I have talked to some of the community who are really touched by Dolly Parton, including the Pines. It's now an event space and restaurant, but it actually used to be a theater. It was the first place Dolly Parton performed a paid performance when she was just 10 years old, and they tell me this is just absolutely shocking, and they're just devastated to hear, because she was such a pillar of the community. They tell me that she took care of Sevierville because, well, she was definitely one of their own. When anybody needed any type of help, she was the first one there. I mean, local schools, local churches, they knew Dolly Parton well. She had everybody's back here, and she is going to be dearly missed here in Sevierville. And I mean, the lives that she touched, I mean, she was just everywhere and anywhere if she wanted to. I mean, if she could be, because that's exactly who she was. I mean, her heart is right here in her hometown in Sevierville, and everybody in Sevierville is going to be, I mean, just, I think, heartbroken and devastated for, I mean, I don't know, however many time to come, because this is just truly a shocking wave hitting right here in East Tennessee.
Our Alexa Durbin there live for us in Sevierville.
We're going to continue to monitor, because we have a feeling that things are going to change out there. We're going to start to see people kind of trickling in and paying homage and celebrating Dolly Parton in some of these iconic places and landmarks across East Tennessee. But real quick, we want to talk with Russell about a story. Russell Biven is joining us, and you've worked in this market decades, longer than Harry and me combined. Okay. So you've had many opportunities to get close with Dolly and form a relationship with her, and we want to hear this story that you're touting as being spectacular.
I think it talks to the character of Dolly. So when she was inducted into the Kennedy Center, which was a huge deal, you know, the president's there, the vice, everybody's there, and I went to cover it, and so you're allowed 3 people that perform on your behalf, and they kind of honor you. And so Alison Krauss is one of them, did a great job, and Jessica Simpson, really not known for her singing, comes out and does 9 to 5. Well, it's taped because it's not shown until Thanksgiving. And she comes out to do 9 to 5, and about 30 seconds into it, she completely forgets the words. And there was probably 4,000 people there at the Kennedy Center, and she runs off the stage. And, well, in typical Dolly fashion, she goes and finds her, you know, tells her, I forget the words all the time. Well, I wrote the song and I forget the darn words. What are you all upset about? You know, in that voice of hers. And Dolly says, we're waiting until everybody leaves, and then you're going to go back in there and perform this song for me. And once this whole show was over, Jessica Simpson came back out, just Dolly there, knocked it dead, and you'd never tell it on the broadcast.
Oh my God. And that's like the essence of her, right? This guide through life to help you on the journey with the most positivity and get you where you're going with a smile on your face and feeling good about life.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's an inspiration to all of us that when you put others ahead of yourself, how great your life can be, but how you can impact others' lives as well. And that's exactly what she did. She put other people first.
Well, don't leave, because I know you've got lots more stories that you can share with us. We're going to go out to Sevier County. Casey Wheelis is field anchoring from Sevier County right now. Casey, walk us through what you're seeing out there. Oh, they're moving their shot. I think they had a little issue, so we're going to go back to them in just a moment. We've also got one of our crews down at Dolly Parton's Children's Hospital as well, kind of monitoring. We've got people set up everywhere because we want to hear from this community. How are you feeling? What are your favorite memories? What do you love about Dolly? Like, let's celebrate her life together. So Caitlin is live at Dolly Parton's Children's Hospital. And I've imagined that they're in shock mode, like so many people across the world right now.
Yeah, hello guys. I mean, it seems like out here it's a very sad moment. It feels in the air. You can almost feel it. I'm outside again at the Children's Hospital, and I haven't had a chance to talk with anybody yet. We have stopped a few people on the street leaving the hospital after their shifts, a few people just walking by, even some college students. No one at the moment really able to talk too much about it. They just kind of again, that feeling of loss, that feeling of just Dolly was everything to the people here in this community. And even like some of the UTK students here, you know, again, some of them aren't from here. They don't even live in Tennessee. They're just here for school, but they really do feel that same sadness, even though they're not from here. She just was an icon out of this region and across the world. I mean, everyone is celebrating her in the moment of her death. They're all thinking about her. I mean, the shares we're seeing on social media, it's insane. And all the people posting about her, just calling out to her and saying what they've done for her and what she's done for them. So the Children's Hospital here, you know, it was East Tennessee Children's Hospital for 90 years, serving 500,000 people in our area, in our region. They went through with this name change. The CEO, President Matt Schaefer, he said this was back in February, and they said it was due to them aligning more with Dolly's mission of her Imagination Library, and then also just aligning with wanting to help children no matter what. And of course, with the personality she had, the character she had, the person she was, she always wanted to help people no matter what. That's just who Dolly Parton was. So this hospital, helping children, helping everyone across the East Tennessee region, one of the biggest children's hospitals we have in the state. So definitely helping to serve all of these families. And when this hospital change went through, none of that care change. All the physicians were still here helping and to making sure that all the children were taken care of, just like Dolly would have wanted. So I'll head back to you guys for right now, but we'll come back with you with more when we have some later.
All right. Thank you so much, Caitlin. We're going to check back with you as the situation out there potentially evolves. We're hearing from Reba McEntire now, reacting to the news of Dolly's passing. She says, I just got the news that my buddy Dolly passed onto the higher and greater side. Dolly, thank you for all of the wonderful things you did for us here on earth, your love and your music. You gave so much with your huge heart. There will never be another you. We will remember and cherish every memory and every note that you played and sang. Thank you, Lord, for Dolly. She's going to have a blast in heaven singing all her favorite songs with all her family and friends who have gone on before her. I'll never forget the first time I met you, and I'll never forget our last conversation. I hold it with love in my heart. I will always love you, Reba.
Wow.
Making a reference there to the classic song that Dolly Parton wrote, I Will Always Love You, that Whitney Houston made even bigger. But if you have never heard Dolly's version of it, I suggest you go out and listen to that one. And, you know, I don't know what their last conversation was, but it's amazing how many people in the country music business, females in particular, would call on Dolly for advice and mentoring, you know, because she was always that rock, you know, that you talked about. And so even within that industry and that business, she had a huge impact as well.
I mean, here's a look at Dolly's star and just a few of the flowers that I'm sure this is going to be filled by the time we end today. But Russell, I wanted to ask you about just kind of, looking at social media. We were talking earlier, football season getting ready to start. That's kind of been everyone gearing up for that, and it's all kind of come to a grinding halt with this news. I mean, there's not many other things that have transcended everything in the world really going on at the time.
Yeah, and that speaks to who she was and what she did, no question about it. And, we're talking a lot about what she did in the entertainment industry, in the community, but from a business standpoint, as a businesswoman, I mean, I don't know if
unreal.
Just amazing. Almost everything she touched literally turned to gold. And she was constantly coming up with new ideas, new things. It seemed like the older she got, the better she got with innovation and coming up with different ways in the business, arena. It's just incredible.
She always was dreaming herself up into a corner, as she says,
Yeah.
right? Like there was always something new and next that she wanted to go ahead and conquer. Casey Wheelis, we're going to touch base with you live in Sevier County. Casey is with Dolly's people right now at that iconic statue.
Yeah, so we just pulled up here not too long ago, and there is a small crowd of people wanting to pay tribute. I'll get out of the way and kind of show you. This, of course, is the Dolly Parton statue. We are in downtown Sevierville. People are coming by with flowers and just a lot of people just, placing their hands on the Dolly statue. A couple of women coming up with some coins and dropping them at the foot of the statue. Of course, I mean, this is Dolly's home county. Just a block away from here, the Pines, where Dolly had her first performance as a kid. And so this is just, it's really emotional for a lot of people out here who feel very touched. There's a lot of hugs. A couple of representatives with the city have been out here as well, but it's been a pretty steady stream of people coming by just wanting to pay their respects. And it's kind of just the same, we're getting the same thought from everybody as they're just shocked. And, she was 80 years old and she made such an impact, and she was still so involved in so many things and so many business ventures here in Sevier County specifically. So this is definitely hitting home for so many here, but you can see probably about a dozen or so people coming and going. It's been a pretty steady crowd so far here right now, guys.
Casey, one of the things that we talked about, you and I an hour ago, or 2 hours ago, before Amanda and I were coming out for this show, was kind of our plan for tomorrow at Dolly Parton Children's Hospital. That for big announcements and kind of an unveiling, and a lot of people were expecting Dolly to be there, and now this happens. But I just kind of what else you're seeing there and kind of your thoughts as we go through this. I know we talked to you a little bit earlier about this while you were driving up there, but just kind of your reaction to this from a personal standpoint of being here a while and covering Dolly on many occasions.
Well, and I mean, I think, whenever we hear of something with Dolly's name on it, we always want to plan for Dolly being there. So that was sort of, what we were planning for, maybe hopefully for this event tomorrow at the Children's Hospital. However, it's just shocking. It's really shocking. And I think anybody who's been touched by Dolly, this town that has been touched by Dolly, is just feeling like a lot of emotion right now. Even if you didn't know her personally, she made you feel like you knew her personally. And so there's so many people here, tourists and people who live here, who have just wanted to come by and pay their respects. And Harry, you were with me at the opening of Dollywood back in March, where she came out on the stage and she, still had her wits about her and she was still telling jokes, but she did say that she was clearing up rumors, and she said, I'm not dating anyone, and that I want you all to know that I will only be married once, and it is to Carl Dean, and that he's waiting for me at the gates of heaven. And she said if I showed up there with someone else, he would be pretty mad. So you just know that reunion for them there today is something so special. She always had humor in everything that she did. So I think right now that she would want people also to remember that as they're mourning her.
Casey, will anyone talk to you that's there, showing up, laying flowers at the beneath the statue? What's the mood? I'm assuming you've talked to a couple people who've shown up. What are they feeling?
So I've talked to a couple people, and a lot of them are kind of just wanting to keep to themselves. There were a couple, we were just working to get our shot up, and so there were a couple more that I was going to go try and have a moment with. But a lot of people, they're really upset, and they're processing this for the first time, and it feels, kind of like you're at a friend or family member's memorial or funeral, and that's how close she felt to so many people all over the world.
A few minutes here, people are not going to be able to get anywhere near that statue with the amount of flowers that are going to be laid there. But yeah, we would love to hear from some of the folks if they're willing to talk to us and share a little bit about what Dolly meant to them.
Let me just ask.
Yeah, we'll stay with you while you do that.
Okay, let me ask real quick. I'm sorry to bother you. My name's Casey. I'm with WVLT, and we are streaming right now. I saw the picture that you dropped off. Would you be willing to talk to us about why you're here? Okay, we're going to come a little bit closer to the camera. What is your name?
My name is Missy Dalton.
Missy Dalton, thank you for talking with us. I know this is emotional for so many people. What are you feeling right now?
I just think we're all really overwhelmed, having grown up in Sevier County and been around her my whole entire life. I mean, the very first time I saw her was when she used to do concerts at Sevier County High School. And it was to raise money for the band and band costumes. So I think we're all just very overwhelmed and didn't expect this at all.
You are from Sevier County. People all over the world feel touched by Dolly Parton, but for someone who's from Tennessee, who is from Sevier County, that adds another layer. Can you explain that to someone who maybe isn't from here?
I don't even have a way to put it into words. I think it's just like everybody is in shock. I don't even, like I said, I have no words. Just like everyone that I've talked to today. I mean, in our building, everybody's been down. Everybody's like, I can't believe this is even happening right now. Nothing we expected. Nothing that any of us are prepared for. I mean, what we've known an hour, look around. And I think that in the days to come for Sevier County, it's going to be a mourning like no one is ever going to believe. I'm overwhelmed. That's all I can say.
Dolly has so many business ventures, so many, Dollywood, so many different things. What, as someone from this area, what are you most proud of Dolly?
Honestly, I think it's what she's done for our community. All the way back to, like I said, when I was a child, and she did what she did for the band way back then. But then you look at 2016 and no one ever, so many tragedies have happened in this country and nobody can look back and say that somebody stepped up like she did. What she did for this area in the fires was unbelievable. I still to this day will have people ask me questions and I just am blown away when I tell them and they don't even know. And it's like, that's the thing she did. You always heard constantly of somebody in the community that she'd stepped in and done something for that nobody ever knew. And, it's just really overwhelming.
Thank you for speaking with us. I know it is emotional, and I appreciate you spending that time and celebrating Dolly because she would want to be celebrated that way. Thank you, Missy. So, that is the sentiment that we are getting here today from so many people from Sevier County and from just Tennessee in general, tourists here as well, you guys. And as we just did that interview, we've just had pretty much a constant roll of people coming up, just dropping off flowers. This is going to be full very soon.
Casey, I would love to see what you're seeing. Can we ask the photographer to kind of show the line of people and the press that's showed up here? There's kind of a queue forming as people come to take their picture and pay respects. So we really are seeing this, I don't want to call it a pilgrimage, but it's just a steady stream of people that want to show support for someone they feel has supported her for so long. Or supported them for so long.
And the line, it's kind of hard to tell here. It doesn't seem like it's very big, but we've got people coming from all angles. So there's people behind us, there's people to the left of us, but a lot of people, taking photos and just taking a moment to just thank Dolly for what she's done for this community. You can see so many different flowers, pink flowers. There's a woman here getting ready to drop off some pink roses. Of course, Dolly is, when you think of Dolly, you think of pink, you think of those big colors. You've got some people, that they clearly came up here because they just wanted to spend a moment and pay tribute. And it's emotional, and she is she just means so much to this community. There's a lot of people, helping each other, taking photos, coming together here. But yeah, it's been pretty steady of at least a dozen people at all times. And that's kind of what we're seeing here right now. And we've only been here for probably about 20 minutes. So
that's for sure. More to come.
Yeah. All right, Casey, we're going to get back to you very shortly. Thank you so much, Casey, there live in front of the Dolly statue in Sevierville. I do want to read, we have a statement from Tennessee Governor Bill Lee that just came across the desk here. It's quite a profound one here. He says, "Rare is the one who climbs to the pinnacle of fame, then scoffs at its allure, only to retain the genuine humility that defines them. Dolly Parton was one of a kind who loved people, her work, her family, and her Lord. Tennessee has forever been changed, enhanced by her, and will never be quite the same without Dolly." That from Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, putting out that statement just moments ago.
Humility, right? Really, that is the key word there. Her humility is what drew people to her, made them feel comfortable around her, and made them love her to the extent that they do. Alexa Durbin is at Dollywood. We are seeing people, much like what we were seeing from Casey in Sevier County, coming forward to pay their respects to Dolly Parton. So Alexa, I see you've got someone here. Walk us through what you're learning.
Yeah, I've been outside the Dollywood sign now for about 20 minutes, and I have the very first visitor here to come pay his respects, drop off some flowers in front of the sign. This is Matt Fontana. You're actually from Chicago, and yeah, you're the first person to drop off flowers. I mean, what does this mean to you?
Everything. I mean, Dolly is the heart of Tennessee, and I know she'll be sadly missed, but man, what a wonderful lady, and it was the least we could do. The world needs more Dollys. That's all I can really say right now. I'm extremely sad, like the rest of the world. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. And you said when you moved to the area, one of the first things you did was get a Dollywood pass.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to see Marshall Tucker Band here. I got to ride all the roller coasters, and one day it was actually kind of a little bit lower and slower, so I got to go on just repeat rides. And it was an amazing, always amazing time, and I actually introduced people to Cinnabread from here, from her famous Cinnabread, and we got to go to her travel stop a couple weeks ago, and so...
In Nashville? Outside Nashville?
Right outside of Nashville, Cornersville, I believe it is. But yes, absolute awesome time, and they have Cinnabread, so it's...
You are definitely a true fan, and you have definitely shown that, and you have created so many memories because of Dolly. And so I guess just what's your favorite memory?
My favorite memory of Dolly, I would have to say going to Dollywood the first time and actually seeing her house and the church and just the vibe, it's incredible. Amazing, really.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, the amount of magical moments she's been able to create and instill in people's lives, visitors who have come to Tennessee, I mean, just for Dollywood right here and just to be a part of her world, even just for a second. I mean, she has definitely, truly touched so many lives and changed so many lives. And so thank you for coming out, paying your respects, and making another memory here at Dollywood. I know that's exactly what Dolly would want. It's how she would want it.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And yeah, it's the world lost a great one today.
Well, we're going to stick around the Dollywood sign right here as more people come in to pay their respects and learn more about what she means right here into the Sevierville community. For now, we're going to send it right back.
All right, Alexa, thanks. Stay out there. We'll continue to touch base with you and see how things are going.
Yeah. I mean, if you're just now joining us, we've been recapping since 2 o'clock. We were coming on the air at 2 o'clock for our digital statewide news show, and one of the stories we were going to cover was a exclusive interview that Dolly gave to People magazine a couple days ago. What was that? Just
21st,
Yeah,
I think,
21st.
yeah.
Just about her health and saying, hey, I've had some hydration issues, I've had some dizziness issues, but all in all, like pretty good. She said, in her exact words, her doctor kind of clipped her wings and said, hey, can't go here. We didn't see her at the Dollywood Night Flight Expedition opening last week. Didn't see her at an award ceremony that she was given a Songwriters Award to. But, when you hear from Dolly like that, you kind of feel like everything's good. Look, she gave the update, everything's fine. And it was supposed to be, it wasn't even necessarily a big mind-blowing update, just, hey, here's some information.
I mean, I think she really tried to put people at ease, right? Like, she didn't want people to worry about her. She wanted them to feel safe. And even when it came to her own health, we saw that happening. We want to take a look.
We have a statement from Dollywood.
You want to share that? Okay, go ahead.
So here's a statement from Dollywood just now. Say, with heavy hearts, the Dollywood family mourns the passing of our beloved dreamer-in-chief, Dolly Parton. Everyone at Dollywood shares the sorrow with the countless people around the world touched by Dolly's warmth, wisdom, and generous spirit. Her heartfelt wish was that Dolly would always remain a place of joy, hope, and togetherness, a space where families and friends could honor her memory, not with silence, but with laughter, music, and shared dreams. Eugene Naughton, the president, says, it's the greatest privilege of my life has been helping Dolly bring her dreams to life at Dollywood. Dolly's heart was as vast as the mountains she cherished, and her compassion knew no bounds. She inspired generations to dream boldly and love deeply. While we grieve her loss, we are honored and committed to carry her light forward. Her legacy will continue to shine in every melody sung, every smile shared, and every dream kindled within these gates. I mean, you hear that time and time again of people when we were there that just, seasonal workers that were retired and worked the front gate part-time or whatever, but said, no, this is my calling, and by golly, if Dolly wants me to man this front gate, I'm going to man this front gate.
Let's take a look at Dolly Parton's life and her legacy, from humble beginnings to dreaming big and making so many incredible things happen, not just in her life, but for the people around her and the people she loved.
Over the course of her 60-year career, Dolly Parton did it all, wowing fans as a beloved singer, actress, philanthropist. She even created a theme park. But music was always her passion. In her lifetime, Parton wrote and performed over 3,000 songs. 25 of them reached #1 on the Billboard charts, like Here You Come Again, Jolene, and A Coat of Many Colors. Parton often said that was her favorite because it tells the story of her modest upbringing in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Born in 1946, the fourth of 12 children, Parton's talent was evident from an early age. By the time she was 13, she was performing at the Grand Ole Opry. Parton didn't just sing songs. She described writing as her therapy. Copies sold, it remains one of the best-selling singles of all time. Beyoncé put her spin on Jolene for her album Cowboy Carter.
I'm always welcoming any of the people that want to be country. I take it as a great compliment for those people who want to be part of our world.
Get your scummy hands off of me.
In 1980, Parton starred in her first film, 9 to 5. More movies followed, including Steel Magnolias. In 1986, she opened Dollywood, a successful theme park in the Smoky Mountains. And in 1995, she launched Imagination Library, a childhood literacy program that mailed free books to children every month. It provided more than 260 million books to kids worldwide. Parton and her husband of 58 years, Carl, never had any children. Parton instead a devoted aunt and godmother, including to singer Miley Cyrus. Dolly Parton, a humble woman with a massive impact on music and beyond. Jared Hill, CBS News.
That voice, it's just so good.
I know.
Just so good. Grand Ole Opry is now sharing a statement. They say it is with the heaviest of hearts that we say goodbye to a true country music icon. Opry member Dolly Parton. There is no doubt Dolly's mark on the world and on us here at the Grand Ole Opry will be deeply felt for generations to come. She taught us to always lead with kindness, generosity, and compassion. May her legacy live on through her songs, the lives that she touched, and the countless artists she inspired. There will never, ever be another one like her. We will always love you, Dolly. I mean, everybody is tagging out with that.
Yes.
That iconic reference.
I mean, that's the way everyone, we talked about how safe she felt just to anyone. I mean, Congressman Tim Burchett saying that he joked with the King of Jordan that, you know, hey, I've never interviewed royalty or talked to royalty, but I've talked to Dolly Parton, and the King of Jordan cracked up, and he said, this is a Muslim king from oceans away, thousands of miles away. And he said, I love Dolly Parton too.
She's the ultimate global uniter.
Yes, 100%. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee putting out a statement as well. He says, Dolly Parton, or excuse me, this is Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally. We'll get Governor Lee's in a second. Dolly Parton, according to Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally, Dolly Parton was a legendary entertainer and a Tennessee icon who embodied the generosity, kindness, and spirit of our state. She touched millions of lives through her music and, perhaps more importantly, her extraordinary philanthropic efforts like Imagination Library. While Tennessee has lost one of its brightest lights, those left behind will always love her, and her legacy will continue to live on. I mean, these just keep coming. And the one from Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, in my opinion, is one of the better, incredible ones we've seen. Rare is the one who climbs the pinnacle of fame, then scoffs at its allure, only to retain the genuine humility that defines them. Dolly Parton was one of a kind who loved people, her work, her family, and her Lord. Tennessee has forever been changed, enhanced by her, and will never be quite the same without Dolly.
That humility is the key word in that statement, and that is what resonates with so many people. Let's talk about her people, as she would call them, right?
Yeah.
Sevier County. Sevier County Mayor Larry Waters is now sharing a statement as well, saying that Dolly's impact on Sevier County reaches far beyond her remarkable career. She dedicated herself to making this community a better place, from helping lead the recovery and rebuilding efforts following the 2016 wildfires to her lasting commitment to the children and families of our region through Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. Her generosity, compassion, and love for the people of Sevier County have touched countless lives and will continue to do so for generations to come. And Russell Bivin was joining us just a second ago, and we talked a lot about that piece of East Tennessee history, the devastating wildfires that killed multiple people in 2016. And it was a dark time for East Tennessee. So many people were hurting and struggling, from people who didn't have a job to go back to, didn't have a home to go back to, or had lost someone that they truly loved and cared about. She was this force in that moment that helped us all feel like it was going to be okay.
Yeah, and I mean, even like we said with reading statements on her health, Dolly said it's going to be okay, so it must be okay. We do want to see if we can get back out to our Casey Wheelis, who is in Sevierville, showing, she's been there at the statue, and I do want to say about the statue, it's Dolly sitting there playing guitar, no shoes on, with blue jeans and her sleeves rolled up. And it's like, yes, she was the rhinestone cowgirl in so many ways, but like that's who she started at, and at her core, like that's who Dolly is. And there's something that's so almost calming about this statue. And I thought that a while back when I was walking. There was an event we went to, I think it was KCMC, the Dolly Parton sing-off there at one of the bowling alley there right there in Sevierville that Alexa Durbin was talking to the folks at who gave Dolly her start. But it's just incredible to see this, the outpouring so far. And
you said this is who she was. This encompasses who she was.
Yeah.
She never deviated from that. And that's the magic of Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
She was who she'd always been and never strayed. I believe we have a statement from India Kincannon, the mayor of Knoxville, that we would like to share with you. And here we go. Ooh, those are some tiny words. I don't know if I can see that.
Oh, here we go. Dolly Parton, bigger than life, but never forgot her roots. At just 10 years old, she performed at a radio station on Gay Street and went on to become an international music and movie icon. On top of that, she gave back so generously, including through her Imagination Library, and has provided millions of books to children across the world. We have lost a true legend. Rest in peace, Dolly. We just keep getting, the reaction from folks everywhere. I think everyone, especially in our neck of the woods here in East Tennessee, has some sort of Dolly story. Not necessarily that they met her or saw her somewhere, but just, what Dolly in some way did for them.
She's ours, right? Like,
Yes.
we claim Dolly. This is our person. But everybody feels like that on other sides of the world. My niece in Norway is obsessed with Dolly Parton. Her whole family is obsessed. And that's not abnormal, right? Like, she's touched so many people all across the world. It's just unbelievable. And I think it goes back to her ability to not get political with stuff, right? Like, she's this unifier. And I think it all boils down to that, is that she really kind of stayed out of that and just wanted to be a connector and someone who did good and made people feel good.
100%. And, when Russell talked about moving here a couple decades ago to start his career, interviewing her when he was 28 years old, but it's
Could you imagine?
I can't imagine that at all. I would have fainted. But even me when I moved here, my grandmother at the time said, "Oh, you're going to Knoxville? Dollywood. Dollywood's right. It's right there. It's right up the road. You got to go to Dollywood. You got to know the words to Rocky Top, and you got to go to Dollywood." That's what I was told when I came here. And the impact, growing up in Texas, I knew certainly we love Dolly just as much as anyone else, but till you get here and you actually see how she has impacted the people here is truly something remarkable.
One thing that we would like to share, because there are so many amazing Dolly moments that are floating around in the universe, to go back and reminisce with and look back on and enjoy again. We have compiled so many great Dolly Parton moments, her impact on East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, across the globe. We have all of this for you wherever you stream. And I know we've got people who are watching our stream right now in East Tennessee. We've got people in Nashville and that area watching our stream as well. If you're in Nashville, you can go to WSMV4's streaming app, and we have an entire section right now dedicated to Dolly Parton's life and legacy. And the same goes for WVLT's streaming apps as well, wherever you stream.
100%.
So many great opportunities to look back on all the incredible things that she's done.
And if you feel so emboldened or a calling to make some kind of action off of today's horrible news in honor of Dolly, Dollywood does say that those wishing to give in her memory and her honor consider making a gift to Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. And there's a lot of places that the states across the country where the states are funding everything, and so it kind of does get a little, will we be able to continue this past a couple of years? Certainly my hope today would be that this goes fully nationwide and is fully funded, because of the millions of things you could talk about her and her legacy, Imagination Library sure is something special.
And as a parent, you think about how special the moments are that she's given us, right? So many great moments that Dolly Parton has given to my family and probably to your family as well. And that's the gift of a book, and looking in the mail every month for that book to show up, and then getting that precious time with your child to read that book. And then they get old enough to recognize who that book came from. It came from Dolly Parton, and she gave that gift to so many people. And so you're right, like, you want, as a parent, for other families to have that same experience that may not be in the state of Tennessee or another state that has Imagination Library. So would be really cool if it could go nationwide. But if you're not familiar with Imagination Library and how it actually started, we've got a kind of a look back. Harry, you said something that I just loved, and it spoke to the origin of the idea behind Imagination Library.
Well, what was it?
It was about why she studied, her motivation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Her motivation.
Yes. Her motivation was growing up poor. Her father, I believe, couldn't read, and wanted his kids to have that precious thing that you think, today most you go to school, you do all this stuff. Not the case when Dolly was born, and her father. And we do have a piece about the Imagination Library, her kind of the backing behind it, and her drive to get that launched.
The worldwide home of the Imagination Library is located in Sevierville, where Dolly started the program to honor her father, who could not read or write, a program that's grown to deliver 3 million books a month. Working beside Dolly for decades is Ted Miller.
being a part of being around Dolly gives us the opportunity to accomplish things like that with her, to help her execute big ideas that go worldwide that on our own we'd never be able to do.
At Dollywood, you'll find stories about the Imagination Library. And new this year, those stories will come to life as new shows will bring books from the Imagination Library to life.
This is Dollywood. This is Dolly's place. And so we feel like we very much need to have a presence that represents all things Imagination Library.
As the program grows closer to giving away 300 million books, Miller believes the library has grown to become more than to just honor her father, but to inspire children she never had.
It feels really good to know that she cares that much about kids and willing to, as she says, put her money where her mouth is. She said one time, I didn't have kids of my own because all kids are mine. And I think that's kind of the story of the Imagination Library.
All right, we're joined by Amanda Johnson from the Girl Scouts, Director of Girl Programs, is that correct? Correct. So just a little bit, just kind of open the floor to you. You talked about some of the ways that Dolly has impacted you in just incredible ways.
Yeah, so Dolly liked to give back, and that is what Girl Scouts does for our community. They give back, and I think she was the best icon for a young girl.
How did this all come to be? Tell us the story of this picture.
So back in 2006, actually, I earned my Gold Award, and Dolly hosted an event for all Girl Scouts who earned their high awards that year at Dollywood. We did not know she was going to be there, and as a freshman in college, I got to go and be honored, and she handed me a Gold Award certificate. She also spoke about my project, and it was just a really amazing opportunity to get to interact with her.
I mean, this is just one of the many these are the stories that people have that you don't really ever hear about, and they speak volumes about how she kind of moves in all of these different ways behind the scenes, because she truly cares about the people around her, and not for the fame, not to have a camera there, but to impact you and other girls across East Tennessee.
And she shared that's why it was a secret that she was going to be there, because she didn't want there to be the pomp and circumstance, if you will. She wanted it to be special for the girls, and that's, I feel like, the person that she was.
What's it like with Girl Scouts, just having her as a role model, there's a million words you could use, but just showing girls this is a girl from your neck of the woods that look at what she went on and did?
Well, first of all, how lucky are we that she is the role model that our girls get to, get to know. I think one great thing about her is that she was always open to meeting girls, and that's something that I feel like maybe a lot of people might not know. She was out there in the public eye, but something that she did for us is this Coat of Many Colors patch program. A troop kind of created the patch, and she loved it so much she ran with it and made it a very special thing for her, for our girls to get to participate in. We're actually doing an event in a couple months in October where we're going to Dreammore, one of her hotels, and this is going to be a pretty sad event now, but we're going to do our best to, in true Dolly fashion, make it really fun.
Well, this is such a great memory, and I just have to wonder, we talk a lot about Dolly's legacy, and there's so much. It's such a complex legacy because there are so many pieces to it, so many things that make her so great. What is your takeaway? What's the one thing you feel like Dolly imparted on you that you will use as kind of like a guiding light in your journey forward in life?
I think something she said during that specific presentation was she talked a lot about people are always watching her, and she tried very hard to live who she was, but live it in a way that if people are watching her, she was kind of always setting a good example. And I feel like in my position at the Girl Scouts, there's a lot of little eyes always looking at me, and some big eyes, and you want to make sure that how you are portraying yourself is important. And I think that's a great thing for our membership to know, that people are watching all the time, and what you say and what you do can it can follow you. And I feel like she did a great job explaining that to everybody.
Well, thank you so much for sharing
Yes.
this picture.
Yes, this is an incredible story. And what, finally, just before you go, and once again, thank you so much for coming in and sharing your story. But, just the future, looking forward, I know you said it's going to be sad going to Heartsong Lodge, or one of the lodges there at Dollywood with the Girl Scouts. But what's sort of your message to the future girls that come down that maybe, even that are too young to really know who Dollywood is today, that'll come across your way with the Girl Scouts?
I think I would say try it. I think Girl Scouts teaches some skills that aren't found anywhere else. I grew up in the program, and I think something that I've taken away is a bunch of life skills. And so I think that if girls would sign up for Girl Scouts, they can gain life skills that they're not necessarily going to find anywhere else.
Well, we appreciate you sharing this story, and what a moment, and what a great surprise this must have been.
Yes, it was
for you.
It was great.
Amanda, thank you so much.
All right. One of the things we kept talking about, her impact here, is a telethon that Dolly did, raising money of numerous things that she raised money for, put her star power behind, and really, in this case, I'd argue peer pressure a good thing. That when Dolly called these musicians and said, hey, I need you for the wildfires in the Smokies, or Hurricane Helene, or for the COVID vaccine and all the work she did there, people got in line, got behind her, helped her out in any way they could, because it was truly, when it's someone, in a way it didn't have to necessarily be Dolly, but it was someone who was so passionate about where they were from. It was hard to tell someone no, or hard to refuse help to someone like Dolly, who wasn't just doing it for the fame. Lord knows she had enough fame at a long time ago. She did it because she cared, and that's so rare to hear from any kind of celebrity or anyone like that these days.
All right, sounds. I just love listening to the singing. You can't get enough of that, and we want to remind folks there are so many amazing Dolly moments. She's touched so many different communities in so many incredible ways, and we've got a huge archive waiting for you wherever you stream. You can find it in the WVLT streaming app, or the WSMV streaming app, or if you're out in Memphis and happen to be watching us that way, the WMC streaming app as well.
So many different ways, and honestly, we'd be here all year just to talk about all the amazing things she does and all the different things and people that she's impacted. The Walk of Fame, flowers being placed there out in Los Angeles. We saw the flowers being placed. Are we able to go back to Casey right now there in Sevierville? Okay, we're going to have more from her coming up in just a bit, but that was, 30, 45 minutes after the news came down, already a big queue of people lining up, dropping off flowers.
And she said that looks were a little deceiving because, sorry, we're just getting some messages from our producers, that the line was actually much longer than it appeared, and was kind of coming from all different directions as people were waiting for their chance to lay flowers at the statue and to take a picture and commemorate the life of Dolly Parton.
Yeah, let's show you the Walk of Fame in California, and think about all the legends that are there. Dolly reigning over arguably all of them, and the people lining up there, a couple news outlets there. But there's going to be a lot of people making some sort of trek to somewhere that bears her name, whether it is the Walk of Fame, whether it is Sevier County. Dollywood saying, of course, they are open today for people that just want to come be around anything and experience Dolly and feel something that she put her mind to. I mean, the Dreamer-in-Chief is her official title at Dollywood, and I cannot imagine the people like Eugene Naughton and other people that worked for her, that she said, this is what we're going to do, or this is what I want to do. That probably said, hey, maybe we can't. And she said, once again, I'm Dolly Parton. This is what I want to do. This is what we should do. And they said, yes, ma'am. Because it's hard. Half of these things, how could they not just be dreams? How could you not just go, I'd wish every single kid in the state of Tennessee could have a book given to them and once a month, and you've got twins, here's 2 books. That only could be a dream unless someone like Dolly puts it into reality.
One of the things that we've been looking at today is this announcement video that came from Dolly Parton's nephew on behalf of the family. And I hope that we can get that ready to show to you again in case you're just joining us and learning of the news that Dolly Parton has passed. Right now you're taking a live look there in Los Angeles as reporters gather for the Walk of Fame in that area. But what we want to share with you is this message from her family. And what I found interesting about this, Harry, is that essentially in this video message, he said that this was pre-recorded and it was all done in anticipation of this moment. And so you have to think that Dolly put some level of thought into how her death would play out and how the news of her death would be communicated and what that would look like and who would do it. And so I just found that interesting. She's just so prepared in so many ways,
everything.
Even for her own passing.
No, I mean, it's hard to imagine. We've run stories about how hard it is to talk to your loved ones about that and kind of set, whether it's your children, things like that. But she was on top of everything, every aspect of her life. You have a big team, yes, that helps her, but she was in charge. And I believe we have that video that her nephew released just earlier today.
Cassie Parton, and I'm representing the Parton and Owens family today, announcing the passing of my Aunt Dolly Rebecca Parton, sister, sis, Aunt Granny to one generation and Gigi to the next. This video announcement is something Dolly asked me years ago before I fully absorbed it as a future reality. As her head of security for more than 2 decades, a role my father Larry held before me, I have imagined the heaviness of this moment but haven't truly felt it.
We are having a few audio issues, so we're going to try and play that for you again in just a moment.
Yeah, but once again, that's Brian Seaver, Cassie Parton's son. He's Dolly's nephew, who was her head of security. His dad before him was Dolly's head of security, and that's just another thing that's remarkable. Is there's so many people that go, no, I leave my family behind once I hit the big, once I hit Hollywood, I'm out of here. But no, her whole family was her team. Yeah. Like people, a lot of people have thought about why, she didn't have kids, and I don't have all the information to that. But you look around her, all the people that were her family that surrounded her all the time.
A really big, supportive family that was very close to her as well. Okay, let's give this another try so you can hear this message from her nephew.
Hey everyone, my name is Brian Seaver, son of Cassie Parton, and I'm representing the Parton and Owens family today, announcing the passing of my Aunt Dolly Rebecca Parton Dean, sister, sis, Aunt Granny to one generation and Gigi to the next. This video announcement is something Dolly asked of me years ago, before I fully absorbed it as a future reality. As her head of security for more than 2 decades, a role my father Larry held before me, I have imagined the heaviness of this moment, but haven't truly felt it until now. It is an honor that is mixed with absolute pride and great sadness. But sadness lies with us, not with Dolly. Dolly has lived in the light and is in the arms of Jesus, surely met by Carl, her parents, and countless others who have watched her and longed for her to meet them in the heavens. I first went on the road with Dolly as a kid, getting a taste of the road life in the early 1980s. Dolly opened doors not just for me, but for her entire family to reach the potential we didn't even know was possible. Dolly also opened doors for generations of singers, songwriters, musicians, and dreamers from every walk of life and across every continent. By her example, we believed that anything was possible. She never saw a door she couldn't open, and the doors she opened made and changed history. My family and I have shared a lifetime of beautiful memories with Dolly, but so have you. She has always been on your television, your record player, your CD, and on your phone playlist, becoming an extended part of your family, whether you liked it or not. Our family and the team she has entrusted with her legacy will work diligently to ensure her spirit will live with us forever. Dolly was a farmer, just like her daddy. He farmed the soil, she farmed songs and happiness. Dolly called me and said she wants to rest in a beautiful bed of plush cotton because after a life wearing heavy rhinestones, she finally deserves to be comfortable and have some rest. Rest in peace, Aunt Dolly, Aunt Granny, Gigi. May God bless Dolly Parton, and may God bless you all. She will always love you.
I think there's something that kind of hits me hard when he talks about Granny, Aunt Gigi.
Yeah.
That you go like, yeah, no, she was a normal person. She's larger than life, but she was a normal person with, behind closed doors, and that's one of the things with her and Carl Dean, her husband, that was so important to them, is having that real normal family life with her extended family. I mean, 11 brothers and sisters. I mean, it's hard to say how that is normal in some aspect, but normal to them about what they did and staying true to their roots here.
And she never strayed from that, right?
No.
Like she was who she was to the end. Uniquely her, and she stayed true to that. And I think that's what people related to so well. And we heard from so many people, from Russell Bivin and Congressman Burchett, like, this was not some highfalutin celebrity. I mean, she was, but she didn't act like it. She acted like she was someone you would pass on the street and had a good heart.
Yeah.
That's who she was.
President Trump saying that flags are going to be lowered starting at 6 o'clock tonight. We already saw them lowered in Sevier County for the next week, said the president. And I loved what Congressman Burchett said about joking with the King of Jordan, that he'd never met royalty before, only Dolly Parton. And the King of Jordan cracked up over that and has said every time he's been in some event where the King of Jordan is there, that Congressman Burchett says that the King comes up and laughs about that and says, I love Dolly Parton. And it's like...
But who doesn't?
Right.
You know, who doesn't? Dolly Parton just had a major birthday in January. She turned 80 years old, and there was a lot of coverage between WVLT and WSMV in Nashville to celebrate that moment. So Steve Mailing has a look back at her career.
The Queen of Country dons many outfits.
You got dreams he'll never take away.
And off the stage, many hats.
She said, I always dream myself into a corner. And it's absolutely true.
Like many things Dolly has done, her heart is always in it. And her heart always finds its way home.
Dollywood, back in 1986 was to give something special back to her hometown. She wanted a place for her people to be able to work.
Celebrating 40 years this May, Dollywood exploded on the scene in 1986 in Parton's home county of Sevier, netting over 1 million visitors in its inaugural year.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Dollywood.
And ever since, man, has it become a destination.
We're the #1 attraction in the state of Tennessee. We have over 4 million visitors that are inbound to see us each and every year in our 2 resorts that we operate today, that we have 5 total master planned in our long-range plan. We have 1 million people a year sleeping in one of our beds.
It was a dream that Dolly made a reality, which became a bit of a trend for the Smoky Mountain native.
A lot of people think, oh, Dolly Parton, she's been famous her whole life. Well, actually, she had to work terribly hard to get where she is.
Dolly Wine, Dolly Hotels, Splash in Country, the Dolly Resort. Sure, while these endeavors put on a masterclass in branding, they also provide thousands of local jobs and tens of millions of dollars in revenue. So much so that Sevier County is the state's 3rd highest revenue driver for tourism.
It's putting wings to her dreams. It's figuring out a way to execute on those big things that she's constantly thinking about. I mean, that's why we call her our dreamer in chief, because she's so good at that and gets stronger every year.
And what makes her business ventures stand out from most is that at the heart of it all, Dolly's ability to give back to the place she loves.
If you think about faith, family, and doing good for the communities where you live and work, I mean, those 3 tenets are hugely important to both Dolly Parton and the Hershans.
So as soon as she got into a position where she could help, as I said, it wasn't a matter of if, it was a responsibility.
If you ask Eugene Naughton or Jeff Conyers, in their combined 22 years of working alongside Dolly, they already know the next big thing is already in the works.
She said, I want to wait till the right time to do this. So I can absolutely 100% promise you there will be more. There is always going to be more. As long as she's got a breath in her, there's going to be more coming.
And anyone close to her will tell you, while her brand is one of a kind, so is her kindness, which has inspired people across the globe.
I was invited to go to Listowel, Ireland, and I was on stage with the Guinness Book of World Records, and all of these people that we broke the world record for the number of people dressed up like Dolly Parton. And here's the trick of it. You know why they did it? They were raising funds for families that are going through treatment for cancer.
You could say she dreams big, and you could say she never does something halfway. But what's become evident to so many she's touched is, as she's put it, you can be rich in spirit, kindness, and love, and all those things you can't put a dollar sign on.
Everybody who works with her understands that her philanthropy and her giving is a part of who she is. And so they just naturally go into it knowing that part of this is going to be, there's going to be a philanthropic component to this. Yeah. So it's built into almost everything that we do, a giving component.
So in the spirit of Dolly's birthday, here's a reminder that if you don't like the road you're walking, start paving another one.
You know, Dolly was always working on something. She said she would always dream herself into a corner because she always had something next that she wanted to do. And so for some people that have seen the Storytellers tour, they have seen this happen on stage. There's apparently a promise of a secret song that is going to be released upon her death. And so this is one more thing that we have to look forward to. Yeah. And I think it's just the beginning, most likely. But the song has been placed in a specially constructed capsule that is at Dollywood. It's unclear when that's going to be released. Yeah. But there is more Dolly to come.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. We continuing to go over the statements and people remembering Dolly, including from many hundreds of the business ventures that she was involved with, and that includes the Stampede and Pirates Voyage. They say almost 40 years ago, we partnered with Dolly to create our venues that have welcomed millions of guests, created opportunities for thousands, and strengthened communities, strengthened the communities we serve. Dolly's impact, however, has always gone far beyond the destinations that we've built together. She also said that, Dolly Parton Stampede and Pirates Voyage also said that there is a memorial set up at their location there in Sevier County, also in Myrtle Beach at the other place that I'm sure many, many people will go to.
We've heard from President Donald Trump. Now we're hearing from former President Bill Clinton. He has tweeted on X that Dolly Parton was one of a kind. A great songwriter and performer who told the stories of everyday Americans with honesty, humility, and heart. She rose high from her East Tennessee roots and never forgot where she came from. And she always believed in giving back, especially in her efforts to promote literacy. Hillary and I were big fans and first saw her in 1974 and will always be grateful for the music and the memories. Our thoughts and prayers are with her family, her legion of fans, and everyone who loved her.
My goodness. I mean, yeah, we're going to continue to see all of this outpouring of support. This is what her website looks like. I will always love you, Dolly, and a statement there about the loss of Dolly Parton. And we do want to get out to our Casey Wheelis in Sevierville there. She raced up there as soon as this news came in. I mean, Casey, more and more people that those flowers and balloons there growing by the minute. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, this memorial is definitely growing, and so are the people that are here to pay tribute. You know, it's so hard to believe standing here at this statue that is a tribute to Dolly Parton, who put this small town on the map, is now a place where people are coming to mourn her passing. I want to get out of the way and show you what we are seeing now. More flowers, balloons, even signs that say, "We love you, Dolly. We will always love you, Dolly." We've seen young children all the way to people who grew up with Dolly. And right now we have a group of, it looks like, younger people coming with flowers to pay tribute. A lot of people just want to come and see the Dolly statue. They want to feel close to her. It is definitely an emotional afternoon, as the crowd also has been growing of people that have been stopping by. I've talked to people who are from Sevier County who feel especially connected to Dolly because of everything that she has done for them, to people who were visiting. I talked to one couple who said that they were huge Dolly fans. They had plans to go to Dollywood tomorrow. They were at a gift shop here in Sevierville when they checked their phone and they got the news, and they couldn't believe it. So they said that they feel close to her by being here at this statue, remembering her, and coming together with people who also shared the same love for Dolly Parton. So that is what we're seeing here. The city now has some barricades in place, as this has gotten to be a very crowded area, people coming in and out. We've heard cars driving by, blaring Dolly's music, everyone kind of coming together. And it's emotional for a lot of people who felt especially close to her throughout their whole life, whether it was through her music or through her philanthropies. She was a champion for children. She was a champion for literacy. She did so much for people all over the world. And so, guys, this is what we are seeing here this afternoon. Let me see if I can actually grab a few people. Would you be willing to speak with me about being out here? Come on over here. What is your name?
My name's Queen.
Queen. And where are you from?
Pigeon Forge.
Pigeon Forge. So you're local. This is especially hits home for you.
Oh yeah, I was home in bed and got congestive heart failure and really sick. And my girlfriend came and she said, "You want to hear something heartbreaking?" And you know, when you don't feel good, you don't, you know, I'm already down. Yeah. I was like, "Not really." And she's like, "Well, Dolly died." I said, "No, I got to get up. Got to get up. Got to go." You know. So I called the Stampede. They wasn't having no memorial or anything that the lady knew of. So she said the statue. I said, "I'm on my way." So,
what does Dolly mean to you?
Everything. She's the heart of Tennessee. Yep.
Her music.
I love you, Dolly. Her music jams. She's the best. Best country singer ever. I grew up listening to her. My mom and dad.
Specifically here, though, in Sevier County, she's done a lot after the wildfires, after the flood. What does that mean being from here?
It's just heartbreaking. I mean, it's touching. She had a heart of gold. I mean, I didn't think that the lady was ever going to die, you know? But we all got to go, and God needed her. So, and my brother, he plays. He's a musician, and he's in heaven. And man, I'll bet you they're up there jamming out right now. You know.
Well, thank you so much for talking with me.
Thank you.
And thank you for sharing your memories of Dolly. Nice to meet you. So, as you can see, it's just one of tons of people out here today just wanting to share their memories of Dolly, whether they knew her personally, whether they've met her, or whether they didn't. They felt like they knew her. So, guys, that's what we're seeing out here. Definitely not slowing down anytime soon. The city now has some barricades in. They are expecting a pretty large crowd out here tonight.
I was going to ask how long until the reinforcements come to kind of make sure everybody stays safe and organized, because you are pretty close to the road there. Casey, have you heard from anyone that's like, gosh, we're just traveling here today and had no idea that this was going to happen, and now we find our travels taking kind of this different turn than what they anticipated?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Amanda. I just caught the tail end of that, but I think you're talking about how we weren't expecting this here today in Sevier County. In fact, you know, we were planning for different events that Dolly may be at this week, based off of different interviews that she has done recently. And you know, when we saw her at Dollywood in March, she did, you know, she did seem like she had some declining health, but she was in good spirits and she was still walking around and all that. So I think a lot of people are very shocked to hear this tragic news. Yeah, and Casey, it's touching just to see the people that are standing there. Obviously, people that came to bring flowers, but like the woman you just interviewed who said, I got up. I said, I have to go. Like, where? I don't know yet. We'll add the Stampede and Pirates Voyage adding. They're putting up memorials as well. But just the amount of people that have come just to be around other people, which obviously is so important during a time of loss, but just to also celebrate Dolly and who she was and what she means, especially to that town right there in that county, Sevier County, Sevierville, and Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, and everywhere in between. Just the impact she's had. People up on the railings. I mean, it's quite the scene there, Casey. Yeah, I even talked to one guy who's been here since we got here a couple hours ago, and he said, you know, he just doesn't want to go home right now. He doesn't want to be alone right now because this is such a huge loss for so many people. And I know he's not alone in that feeling, just based off of what we've seen from people out here. And we just know the kind of impact that she had on people all over the world. I mean, you talk about people wanting to be together in this moment and kind of, you know, share stories and reminisce and not be alone. The Opry has a show tonight in Nashville, and it's part of their Opry 100 line, and they've got this whole list of performances that are slated to go on tonight. Clay Walker, Anna Graves, Will Mosley, Rhonda Vincent, and then some additional guests are going to be announced. And the Opry is now saying that they have no idea who's even going to show up tonight to perform, but that there could be quite a few extras who end up being there tonight. Our sister station in Nashville is, of course, going to be covering that. We're getting credentialed so that we can make sure to be there. But you can only imagine what that event could potentially turn into. Yeah, let me, guys,
Go ahead, Casey.
I'm talking to a younger person right here who just wanted to come up to me. What is your name?
Chandler.
And Chandler, I saw you dropping off some flowers for Dolly. What did she mean to you?
She meant a lot to me.
Why did you want to come out here today?
Because I miss Dolly Parton.
Do you like her music?
Yes.
How old are you?
11.
Okay, and so you love Dolly Parton. You came out here. What are you seeing out here today, and how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
I'm feeling good. Well, thank you so much for paying tribute to Dolly.
You're welcome.
Have a good one. So as you can see, guys, people of all ages just feeling connected to Dolly Parton out here in Sevierville. You were mentioning who's going to show up to the Opry tonight. That is definitely going to be a big question. And then, of course, who's going to show up here tonight? We've had people saying they want to know where to go. Do they go to Dollywood? Where do they go? So we've got several people at different spots here in the county as a lot of people are showing up here to her statue tonight.
Casey, I do want to bring this up again. If you'll tell your story again that you told us, I don't know, 2:15, right after we heard the news when you were driving up there, about the Imagination Library. Amanda with kids as well going through it, but just what that was like, you having your twins and getting those books from Dolly Parton, almost like, while this is all crazy, but Dolly's got my back.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things, and Amanda can attest to this, is that when you're in the hospital, one of the first things they sign you up for is the Imagination Library. And one of the really cool things is that the books come once a month with your child's name on it, and so they know that it came from Dolly. My twins aren't old enough yet to know that the books are coming from Dolly, but they have been some of their favorite books. And I know, Amanda, you had said as your kids get older, have gotten older, they know that that book is coming from Dolly, and it just is added to their collection, which is so special.
And at first, Casey, I was thinking, gosh, they're going to let me go home from the hospital. I have no manual to take care of this child, but they made sure I was set up with these books. And then what I've realized over the years is it's become an instrumental manual for creating space with your children every night to read and sharing those moments.
Absolutely.
And it's such an important part of the parenthood journey. And you're right, your twins aren't old enough right now to realize who's sending those books, but there's going to be a point in time where they race down to the mailbox because they want to see if Dolly Parton has sent their book yet, and then they want to race back to the house and read the book, or even later down the line they'll say, where's that book from Dolly Parton? You know, the one about the coat with many colors? Where's that book? Let's read that. And it's just a special thing when you can trace back that incredible moment with your child to Dolly Parton.
Absolutely, and you have that forever, and you have those memories of reading those books forever. It's really special.
All right, Casey, we're going to get back to you in just a bit. I know a lot going on there. Like you said, blocking off the roads and everything in between. Did they say anything? I mean, what would you recommend to people who are headed down there, Casey, or want to?
They are wanting to accommodate anyone who comes down here. So when I say they're blocking off, they're blocking off certain areas just to make it easier for a better flow of people to come through. So they are not by any means prohibiting anyone from coming down here. They're welcoming it. I think they knew that this would happen, that the statue is down here. So all of the parking lots in this area have been pretty full, but they are making it very accommodating for people to come and pay their tributes to Dolly.
I think it's going to be important that we continue to check in with you as much as possible, Casey, because I imagine this situation is going to evolve considerably as the hours go on and more people learn of the passing of Dolly Parton. And there may, in fact, be some direction from county leaders about, hey, why don't you go here or not here, or don't park here, or we've closed this road off. So we need to definitely stay in constant communication with you as that situation evolves, because I can imagine this is going to change pretty dramatically as we go into the evening here.
Oh, absolutely. I actually talked to the director of tourism here in Sevier County, and she said she's going to be out here for, she doesn't know how long, but she made the comment that Dolly is tourism in Sevier County. So, I mean, we know how big of an impact she's had, not only on the county, but everyone 100%. In the world, really.
All right, Casey, thank you very much. We'll talk to you shortly. A lot of people out there who I know you're going to be talking to. And I do, speaking of Sevier County, Gatlinburg, the city of Gatlinburg with a statement just saying her impact on Sevier County cannot be measured by economic investment alone. Her legacy found in the opportunities she created for what they say my people, and the families she helped rebuild their lives after the Chimney Tops 2 wildfires, and the children who discovered a love of reading through Imagination Library, and the generations of children who will have access to that world-class health at Dolly Parton Children's.
And Pigeon Forge is now sharing a statement as well. So David Ware, city manager there on Pigeon Forge, says today Pigeon Forge has lost more than an icon. Dolly loved these mountains, she loved this community, and she never forgot where she came from. Her generosity, her spirit, and her belief in the people of East Tennessee have made an immeasurable difference. We are grateful for everything she gave to Pigeon Forge and to the world.
And just to kind of reset this day, you know, we do a statewide newscast at 2 o'clock on our digital streams that Amanda and I were about to come out here to do. And one of the things we were going to cover was Dolly's health update, that she had talked to People magazine earlier this week. And everything that goes into that. And she said, you know, I was doing okay, and I okay by Dolly's standards, you know, and how kind of she gives the updates, and obviously kind of secretive about that she has been all her life, keeping things close to her family. But it was supposed to be just a general update of like, hey, Dolly said this, and Dolly said she's all right, but she's going to get through it, and so Dolly says it. It is what Dolly says is going to happen.
It didn't feel like this is where we were going to be today.
Right.
It didn't feel that we should be worried, but I think she was good about that, trying to eliminate as much worry or concern or fear when it came to her and her health. Well, Dolly Parton received several honors over the years. Several is kind of an understatement. In 2019, she was named the Music Care Person of the Year, presented by the Grammys.
Yeah, she was the first country artist to be honored there, and we were there. Take a look.
We're on the red carpet for the Music Cares Person of the Year, honoring Dolly Parton. The hometown girl was in LA for the Grammys, and this is part of the celebration for the entire weekend.
Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living.
The stars came out to honor Dolly, singing her classic hits.
I truly am honored to be the Music Care Person of the Year and the first country artist to be honored.
Jolene, 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 Jolene.
Pink performed Jolene, Katy Perry and Casey Musgraves with Here You Come Again, and Dolly thanked them as only she can.
Watching them is sort of like watching porn. You're not personally involved, but you still get off on it. So I really got off on this show.
No one can light up the night like you.
Well, it's an honor. You know, the first thing she did when she walked in, she said, "Thank you." And all you can go is, "Are you kidding me?" I mean,
we're saying thank you. That's why we're here tonight. You know, thank you for the music. Thank you for the inspiration.
And will always love you.
I truly can feel the love in this house tonight. Either that or my telephone's on vibrate.
My coat of many colors that my mama made for me.
The night ended with Dolly performing what she said to be her favorite, the story about the coat her mom made out of scraps of rags. The event also a fundraiser, and her trip to Pigeon Forge started a bidding war and sold for more than $100,000. Music Cares supports artists who struggle financially or with addiction.
Of course, you know we hillbillies need music care too. We do. Of course, we may not have sex, drugs, and rock and roll, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Right, Billy Ray?
So from Dollywood to Hollywood, the stars all came out. Reporting in Los Angeles, Kyle Granger, WVLT News.
All right, let's take a live look in Los Angeles because we're starting to see some activity there as well at the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And this is, I think when we took a look a moment ago, there was just maybe one bouquet there. Now we're starting to see more and more being laid on Dolly Parton's star there in LA.
Yeah, it's not just, of course, here in East Tennessee. Across the world, people are sharing their thoughts, their prayers, they're celebrating the life of Dolly Parton and everything.
me just let them know that we're ready back there real quick. I don't know if anyone can hear me back there, but I have, yes, and I have a former host at Dollywood who is with me. Okay. Just a second.
Okay,
Thank you.
I watch WVLT all
Oh,
the time.
thank you. We appreciate it.
And WATE too, because you both have football on
Yeah,
Sundays.
no, of course, yeah. You got to get a little bit of everybody. When did you get the news?
This afternoon, part of my podcasting family messaged me. They're like, "Hey, I hope you and your I go by the nickname Stat Boy.
Okay.
My partner's name is Stat Girl.
Okay.
So he's like, I hope you and Stat Girl are okay.
Aw.
Because she works at I'm like, we don't work at Dollywood anymore. And then I'm like, and then he put, R.I.P. Dolly, and I'm like, oh no, this is not happening.
I know. I thought it was like AI or something.
This is not happening, and it happened. It's a good story. I'm not a Tennessean. I'm a Californian, but I've been here long enough. Balls.
Yeah. Hey, as long as you got that, people will take it.
In fact, the day she dressed in the, and I'll tell us on camera. The day she dressed up as the Dallas Cowgirl, she did something for the Cowboys.
Yes,
They put her,
30 seconds.
I sent an AI picture, and they turned her into a Lego minifigure. I can bring the picture eventually.
Sorry, your name. I completely blanked.
Michael.
Michael. Thank you. We're getting close here. Getting close, sorry.
It's okay.
They're talking.
I have a media background too.
So you get it. Stand by. Yeah, it is just continuing to grow out here. We've got a couple dozen now that have been out here. And earlier today, I just wanted to say there was a child that I interviewed in our last hit. And after that hit, his mother came up to me and said that that child has level 3 autism, but the only reason he can speak and say his name and write is because of Dolly Parton's Imagination library books and her songs. He has all of her songs memorized. And so she just wanted to tell me that's why they were out here and how special that is. And we are hearing so many beautiful just memories and ways that Dolly has impacted people. And right now we're hearing, it sounds like I Will Always Love You. The crowd is singing one of Dolly's songs. I don't know if you can hear it from over here. But we also want to bring in here, I found Michael in the crowd. You are actually a former Dollywood employee. Yes. You live here in Sevier County, but you're from LA. Mm-hmm. Tell me why it was important for you to come out here today.
Dolly is Dolly. When I first learned about Dollywood, it was during the pandemic, and my best friend who I live with, she's like, I want to go work at Dollywood. I said, what's Dollywood? I mean, are you telling me that Dolly has a theme park? She goes, like, oh yeah, in Sevier County, Tennessee. I'm like, okay. So I was out of work. I came out here. I actually do have a picture, a group picture with her. I did not get to meet her like I am meeting you. And there is a rule at Dollywood. You don't talk to Dolly unless Dolly talks to you. So we kind of made eye contact, but I was in, it's Dolly. And living here in Sevier County, this is my home now. I'm very happy to be a residential Sevier County tenant, a resident. And, you can't go anywhere without hearing Dolly or talking about Dolly. I'm an Uber driver. When I pick up people at Dollywood, I give them the Dolly quiz to see if they pay attention. I'm like, I ask them, I'm like, what's Dolly's full name? Where did she meet Carl Dean? Who is she a godmother to? And one right after the other, they get it, so they pay attention. they're going to pay attention a lot more. It's just a very sad day, but as you can see, I mean, we're all together here, and hopefully, oh boy, sorry, hopefully she's looking down on us with a great big smile and a great big hug. I'm trying so hard, and she loves us, so we're giving her love, she's giving us love back.
Absolutely. And tell me about, working at Dollywood. So not only were you around all of the Dolly working there, but then also the perhaps the biggest Dolly fans visiting. You saw the impact she made on people.
Oh goodness, yes. Whenever she came in, they put her in her car, and everybody was, screaming, and we know that Dolly wanted to meet everybody. Her security team rivals the Secret Service. I love that. She wanted to stop and meet people, but she's just so she works. Now she's earned it. She's earned time to rest, and I mean, the work will continue. Just it's going to be a little different. That's all.
When you heard the news today, what was your first reaction?
Oh my gosh, I just open bawling. I was taking a friend to a food bank, and she's like, "Let it out, but don't cry and drive. We don't need any more problems in Sevier, Tennessee." It's sad, but with the sadness comes the happiness. Everyone's gonna remember everything, and we'll get through this. We've gotten through a lot worse. We've gone through a pandemic. We've gone through floods, fires. She's gonna keep an eye out for everybody.
Michael, thank you so much for
You're
talking
very
with
welcome.
us. I appreciate it. It was nice to meet you. And I do want to kind of just show you before I toss it back to you all in the studio. I just want to show you what the memorial looks like right now. A lot has been kind of just drawn out all the way around. There is a hand-painted photo. We saw a child bring his imagination library book and place it here at the statue. There are so many memorials just pouring in, so many stories of how Dolly has touched so many people here in Sevier County. And guys, when I was here, I don't even remember exactly what time it was. I think around 2:30, probably about a dozen people here. I mean, I'd say there's close to maybe like 50 or maybe getting closer to 50 or more. And it's been kind of a very well just cycling of people coming through. So that's not just to say that 50 people are here. I'm sure there's been hundreds since we've been here. So it's really starting to pick up. Yeah, so there's a mix. I mean, there's definitely people who are here from Sevier County who feel especially connected to Dolly because of the support that she offered after the wildfires and the floods and so many things that have happened here. And then you have tourists who are in town who have plans to go to Dollywood or who are here because they love Dolly and then they got this news. And then we have a lot of people who are from other places but have made Sevier County their home. And whether that is because they were employed at Dollywood or other places here in Sevier County, that they have definitely seen just how the impact that Dolly has had here. We've seen people bringing their pets, their children. I told that story at the beginning of the young boy who was struggling and was able to now read and write because of Dolly's music and because of her books. And I've seen a lot of people coming together, a lot of people, strangers who don't know each other, embracing, and a lot of emotion here as people, this one woman who has made such an impact bringing people together on this day. And as you heard Michael, the man I just interviewed, he said she's definitely going to keep an eye out on all of us and make sure we're all okay. You know, I just talked to the director of tourism here in Sevier County, and she told me that right now things are running pretty smoothly. They said actually it's about to kind of clear out as far as the people who work in downtown Sevierville. That will actually open up more space and parking spaces for people to come down here. So we do anticipate a bigger crowd as people get off work, and after school activities, we do expect more families to make their way down here, but they're not anticipating any issues. They do have the police department and other officials here on scene, making sure that traffic is moving through the area. They've got some of these parking spots that are blocked off to kind of make sure that there's a little more space for people who are here to pay tribute. Yeah, I asked that question as soon as they heard the news, and they said, as soon as they heard this news, their whole office, the tourism office, was like, we got to get down to the statue. So I think organically, the statue has just kind of become the place for people to go. I've had a few people say that they called Stampede, some other places, Dollywood, things like that. Those places are already sort of crowded on their own, so this was a place that people felt really was a tribute. And this statue is a tribute to Dolly, who put this small town on the map, and it's only fitting that it now has become kind of the centralized place for people to come together as they mourn her death. Okay. Can I grab you one more time for like a quick, I'm going to do a quick look live with him.
Sure.
Thank you.
Anything you need.
I appreciate it. Thank you for being
a fellow media person.
Yes, thank you. So you podcast?
I do.
Okay.
Mostly sports.
Oh, nice.
My brothers do the wrestling, I do the sports.
Oh, cool.
So with football season coming up, I'm getting really excited.
Yeah, you're about to be busy.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be calling the Ravens game in week 1.
Oh, okay.
A live watch along. So I watch it. It doesn't totally break this is the written copy of the NFL or whatever that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't break that completely, but it's close.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's a lot of fun.
So that all was live?
Yeah, on our streaming. So we're just streaming nonstop right now.
Oh, wow.
We have like a Plus channel, so like on your Roku or Apple TV.
Okay.
And then it runs on our website too.
Okay, so I'll be able to see it later and all that. Okay.
Yeah.
This is orchestrated in a
She may not know what Dolly is. I think I did the same thing for Hulk Hogan too. Last year. Last year, yeah. A bouquet of many colors. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I went with white. I had to go with white.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's got a butterfly there. I didn't even see that.
Oh, I did see the man bring it out. That was so precious. I don't even think they want you to take off the mic. Okay.
Here's something ironic.
Yeah.
My 82nd birthday was Monday.
Happy birthday.
So I told my wife, I said, let's drive over to Dollywood and spend a couple of days over there.
Yeah.
And then this happened. She's always been like a big we talked about coming here. I said, let's go over there to Dollywood and let's hang out over there in Sevilleville and around.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry.
And I got up this morning and we came out.
Was it this morning or was it like?
We don't know yet.
I mean, what a good birthday present.
No. Well, could I interview you? Would you be that? Okay.
You go ahead. You go first.
Okay. What is your name?
Jerry Freeman.
Freeman. I'm Casey Wheelis, and I'm with the CBS affiliate in Knoxville. So we're about an hour
my wife
from here.
she's having to rest a little because we got up early this morning and bummed all around and did a little shopping here and there, and we came down here to see the statue this evening, and I said, well, let's wait till it cools down and we'll come down here. And then, about 11 o'clock we heard the news, and I was like, oh my gosh, not a good birthday present for me.
Okay. Well, we took the mic back off. Can we is this in the background? Should we shift? Sorry, there's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
She hasn't been. She needed to take out the last. Okay, we're rolling. Okay, all right, thanks. Bye.
Grayson, should we shift a little bit more, or does this look okay?
This looks good, actually.
Okay. Sorry, remind me your name. Jerry?
Jerry.
Jerry, okay. All right.
Are we starting too?
Yes, We'll start 2. I will interview you, and then I'll say thank you so much, and then I'll get out of the shot, and then I'll show you the memorial. Okay, perfect. All right. Are we ready? Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Well, this memorial here in downtown Sevierville at the Dolly Parton statue continues to grow as people from all over are coming to pay their respects and their tribute to Dolly Parton. I'm here with Jerry. You actually are visiting from out of town, and it is your birthday. I'm sorry, this is not the birthday news you wanted to get.
Definitely not. Surprised, very surprised. This morning was a normal morning. We had planned on trying to come to the statue here later this afternoon when it cooled down a little bit. And to have the news around 11 today was a pretty big shocker for me, and not a good birthday present.
And you came to Sevier County this weekend to celebrate your birthday, but also to celebrate Dolly.
Absolutely. We enjoy coming over here, and I'm 82 years old, so Dolly has been in my life just about all of it. And so sad to hear this. Very, very depressing.
What kind of impact has Dolly had on the world?
I think Dolly Parton has had probably one of the most important roles, not only in the modern country music world, but also for women in music. And she has been instrumental in so many cases with stars today. She has put them on the podiums and put them out front. She's really put them in the marketplace, so to speak, and made them stars.
Well, Jerry,
like herself.
absolutely.
Like herself.
Thank you for talking to me. I appreciate it. And I want to kind of show you guys what this memorial looks like here behind me. We've been here for a few hours, and it has grown from just a few bouquets of flowers to now dozens. We have framed photos of Dolly, hand-painted photos of Dolly. We also had a couple children come out, drop off their imagination library books here as a tribute to Dolly. In fact, I had one mother tell me that her son struggles with autism, and it was those books and her music that have now allowed him to communicate and be verbal with his classmates and his family. So this just continues to grow out here in downtown Sevierville. Authorities tell me that they have no plans of shutting it down as more and more people are coming now after school and work to say goodbye and thank you to a woman who means so much to them. Reporting in Sevierville, Casey Wheelis, back to you. Thank you so much. That was really nice. Thank you.
Not a good birthday present.
No. I'm gonna put my mic side back on.
My brother cracks me up. He'll get notifications from WVLT and be like, Dolly died. And I'm like, thank you, brother. Thank you, Gavin, so much.
Gavin. Michael, we're going to do one with you on my phone, digitally, if that's okay. Okay.
in the car. Stan was in the car. My favorite Barstool was in the car.
You need a bar stool.
I never recorded out my Barstool. You got an interview?
What is your take? No, like
WrestleMania comes to Nashville.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I don't know why I just had you hang on to that. Fine.
Emily, one of my best friends. All right. Is your name again, huh? No, that's my other best friend. Oh, there you go. I'm Stephanie. Yeah. Oh, amazing. Well, mine is Katie. We're going to go ahead and do an interview for you. Okay, hold on. Todd, do you still got the iron here?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, let me know if they say it.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay. If you'll roll on this just in case, too. Okay. Are they good right there? Alrighty. I'm going to have you say and spell your names for me. Six? Okay.
Best
Want to say and spell your name for me? Perfect. All right. I'm Stephanie. S-T-E-P-H-A-N-I.
Young lady. Just think it ready to go live.
Perfect. We just don't want you to get started. You can sit right here if you want. Yeah, totally. So, tell me a little bit about what you guys are doing. Just from the crowd on the Dolly side, her values, strong, shows so much love. You guys live in Dollyland, basically. So, did you just have these shirts all ready to go? We did. We have the shirts, the Plus One in Dollywood, and so we had our shirts. Come back, those are cheap down here. Price point. I did good. Our shirts on and.
Dolly as a Lego figure with the boots on.
Oh, I love that.
I sent that to somebody, and I sent a picture of her in the cowgirl costume, but I said, you have to put the boots on her. She wore heels that day. She put the boots on her.
I love that. Nothing she couldn't do.
Copy of this shirt? Sure.
What is she wearing? What is Dolly into?
With the boots. Oh, they even had the Cowboys in the back. Look at that. Oh, yeah. The Cowboys meant anything. To all these Cowboy fans, I'm sorry.
That's super cute. Thank you for sharing that, Michael.
they got one shot of the shoes and like, if you're wearing heels, you have to wear the boots.
You have to wear the boots. She's Dolly though. She can do whatever.
All right, I'll keep an eye on the
Sarah and Casey, I don't think there is an area of the country that feels this loss heavier than Sevierville. Over the last hour and a half, this memorial here at the Dolly statue has just absolutely grown. I'm going to show you how so many folks are paying their tribute to Dolly tonight. There are so many different flowers that we can see. There are little broken Dolly shirts on, dropping off, tip of mementos, thanking Dolly for the shots that we have here in the as you can see, there are a couple of balloons here as well, and just different things as folks are just continuing to show up and show their respect for their Dolly. Now, we've been talking to different fans, folks here throughout the afternoon, all ages. I think that one thing we continuously talk about when it comes to Dolly Parton is how she is a unifier, and that is shown true this evening here as well, as so many families have shown up with their children as they did her as the first lady. So many other people knowing her as somebody who has made Sevier County into what it is. Also, so many people here just wanting to show their love to an icon, as she has made such an impact on Appalachia and the United States as a whole. We know that as she recently contributed to Hurricane Helene funds in our area. So many things, and so many people here talking about the different charitable efforts that probably will never be made known to the public that she has done. But I think it just also shows just the impact that she has on people's lives. So many of these people have never even met her, but do have some sort of connection to her, and that's just going to continue to grow. If you do want to come and show your respects to Dolly Parton here in Sevierville, we're told the town is preparing for it, and lots of people throughout the evening. They are closing some of the roads down. They are prepared for people to come in and continue to show their respects as the news continues to ripple across the country. I'm going to go ahead and send things back to you in the studio, Sarah and Casey. For now, live in Sevierville, Leslie Daniel, News Channel 1. Yeah, John, if you knew Dolly personally, or if you knew her just from seeing her on TV or social media, or you received a book in the mail from the Imagination Library, everyone felt like they
second. Let me talk to them back there. Yeah, yeah. Hey, we are ready for a hit if you guys are. Okay. 1 second, sorry. Okay, perfect. Okay, so it'll just be a minute, but they'll come to me and then I'll bring you in and I'll just ask you about Dolly and what she means to you and why you came out here today and all those good things.
Such a sad day.
It really is.
I was hoping for a little more time.
I think it's like we all knew at some point, but it was like
I think we're in
you just put it, you just put it in the back of your head.
She's just a trooper. She
Yeah.
keeps going. And
She does. And she even said in her interview a few days ago, like, she's not done yet.
Yep.
I know she just gives everyone hope all the time.
I know.
That's what makes her so special.
Are you from here?
No, but I've been here for 14 years, so I feel like, and I got to interview Dolly a couple times, and she didn't remember me, but she makes you feel like, you know what I mean? Like she just makes you feel like she knows you, that she's just,
being in
incredible.
California, I even had tickets to her Vegas residency.
And then I got
postponed, and then I got canceled, and then I.
You're like, I'm coming here.
I thought it was funny because at first it was going to be in December. I lived there.
Oh yeah.
And then when they moved it to September next month, I'm like, wait a minute, I just moved to your
You're like, wait a minute.
and I got to fly back.
Well, that's what planes
Which
are
it would
for.
have been fun, but it
Right.
just kind of was comical.
Right. You're like, of course, this is happening. Yeah, that's
But
how
I
it works.
get to be here where she lived, where her presence was everywhere.
Sure, yeah.
So.
And I think people here feel it even more because of all, anytime something bad happened,
She stepped in
immediately, in a big way, you know,
Yes. That's just Dolly.
1 second, sorry. Yeah, just like what we talked about last time, that memorial is continuing to grow, and so are the stories and tributes of how Dolly has touched so many people's lives. Just talking to some of the people in line here, each one of them have a different story as to why they love Dolly so much and how she impacted them, whether they were able to meet her or they didn't meet her. They felt like they knew her, and I think Dolly would want it that way. I want to show you what's happening behind me now. We are seeing a lot of different flowers, and city officials here are kind of organizing things, making sure that there's room for everyone's tributes to be seen clearly. We have hand-painted signs that say, "I will always love you, Dolly," hand-painted messages from children and posters, and some of the iconic symbols that make Dolly who she is, like the butterflies on the flowers, and she loved the color yellow and pink, and you're seeing a lot of different memorabilia from some of her Dollywood festivals, and of course also some Imagination Library books that have been dropped off here. We have people who are driving by blaring Tennessee Mountain Home and some of the other classics by Dolly Parton, and just really everyone kind of coming together here to honor a woman who meant so much to them. And I do want to bring in Tina, who I just met here. Tina, come on in here. I just watched you drop off some flowers, and you took a photo, and of course it's a very emotional day for so many people. What are you feeling in this moment?
I am feeling very sad, but I know that Dolly has brought so much love and beauty and kindness to people all over the world, and I'm very honored and happy to have actually had a chance to move here to her hometown. So.
I was going to say, tell me a little bit about your move from California to here because of Dolly.
Yes, I actually just moved here in July, and I have been a fan of Dolly since I was a young child. I've followed her career, and again, you know, she is one of the most beautiful souls in the world, and she's truly an angel. And although we no longer have her with us, I know she is in heaven with God and with Carl and her mom and dad, and you know, it was her time. So again, we're just very blessed to have had an opportunity to share in that love, beauty, and kindness that Dolly spread to everyone.
What have you learned about Dolly since moving to Sevier County and the impact that she has had on this community?
I knew quite a bit about her prior to moving here, but being able to live in this town, in this county,
in the state, where her presence is just prominent every step of the way. Wherever you turn, you feel her presence here, and just I've learned about so many more ways that she has helped the community and the people of Tennessee, and it's very admirable.
Tina, thank you so much for talking with us and for sharing your memories of Dolly and how she's impacted you here. And welcome to Sevier County. We're glad to have you. Thank you, Tina. And of course, you know, so many more stories like this of people just really touched by Dolly, what she stood for, and the things she did, even outside of music, making such a big impact on children, families, and people from all over. So officials here tell me that they have everything under control, and I would say that that is the case. There has nothing that's been out of control or anything like that. A lot of people coming through, and everyone has been so respectful. It's almost like just an unspoken rule that one person goes up and places the flowers and comes back, and everyone is kind of able to have their moment with the statue as their way of kind of connecting with Dolly. Yeah, here, I'll just kind of show you, like, yeah, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. You know, it's just everyone's kind of stepping back, making sure everyone has their turn, their moment, to kind of have that special moment with Dolly. And I think that kind of speaks to the person Dolly was. She was a respectful person, and she was loved by so many. You know, I don't know if there is anyone else out there who was loved by so many people, so many different people from all over the world. And so I think that's what we're seeing here right now. Oh. Oh, yeah. I mean, we've had small babies out here to, you know, the last man I interviewed, he was here celebrating his 83rd birthday, and he wanted to come to Sevier County to celebrate his birthday because Dolly was his age, and he grew up with Dolly. And so when they got the news, he actually had plans to come out and see the statue tonight before he got the news of Dolly's passing. So he felt that there was a reason that he was here this weekend, and that wasn't the news he wanted to get on his birthday. But unfortunately, he felt that at least he could be here to pay tribute to Dolly. And so, yeah, we've also talked to a family. One mother told me her son struggles with autism, and he has been able to now read and write and speak because of the books from Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. And he's been able to memorize her songs, and through her music, he's been able to connect to his speech and his and being able to talk to other people. And this mother was in tears telling me about this because of this impact. She said that they went to Dollywood, and they had the parade, and she says that Dolly made eye contact with her son and waved, and that it has changed his life. So that is just one of many, many stories that I could just keep telling from all the people I've talked to here today. It's truly incredible.
stay, I would only be in your way. So I'll go, but I know I'll think of you every step of the way. And I will always love you. I will always love you. Ooh, you, my darling, you. Bittersweet memories, that is all I'm taking with me. So goodbye, please don't cry. We both know I'm not what you need, and I will always love you, will always love you. Oh, you, my darling, you. I hope life treats you kind, and I hope you have all you dreamed of, and I wish you joy and happiness. But above all this, I wish you love. And I will always love you, will always love you. I will always love you. I will always love you. I will always love you.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, so we've heard a couple of people come out and start to sing. That by far the most powerful. Yeah, let me walk over here real quick and see.
INE, TINE, York, South Carolina. It's about 35 miles outside of Charlotte.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to bother you. We're live streaming right now and just live streamed your song, and it was beautiful. Could we speak to you real quick? My name's Casey Wheelis, and where are you from?
York, South Carolina.
Okay, and did you just drive up here today?
Yeah, we just came up for vacation.
And you heard the news on your way up?
Yeah, we were in our hotel room actually and saw the news.
What was your first thought?
Oh my gosh, I just couldn't believe it. She's just, I don't know, she's one of my favorite singers. It's just heartbroken, it's just hurt.
When you came out here and you started singing, everyone immediately was drawn to you. What made you want to start singing? Your voice is beautiful.
Well, I love Dolly, and it was one of her hits. And it's one of the songs that I used to could sing, which I can't sing it anymore that good, but it just came to my heart. I was just thinking about I will always love her. always.
What impact has she had on your life?
Oh, she's had a great impact. She makes you want to sing. She makes you happy when you hear her singing. She just brings joy. She just brings a lot of joy to my heart. And I'm sure all the people around here.
You have a beautiful voice.
Thank you.
Thank you for talking with us, and thank you for sharing your memories of Dolly here tonight. And guys, that is just one of many examples that we are seeing out here today as this memorial continues to grow. Grayson, if you want to go ahead and show them what's happening here. People are just continuing to place flowers, and honestly, the songs and the people driving by playing music and everyone kind of coming together. You saw her singing, and then you saw everyone immediately just feel what she was feeling in that moment, and that shows you the impact that Dolly is having here. And some of them, Amanda, tell me that they feel that they were here for a reason, almost. One woman, she told me that the other day she had a dream about Dolly Parton, that she was playing banjos with Dolly Parton and singing, and then they decided to come to Dollywood, and then, yeah. And so I think for some of them, yeah, it is kind of very crazy timing, but they also feel a sense of comfort being here. And I would imagine that Dollywood is very crowded in the next couple of days as people are looking for ways to feel close to her. And this is one of them.
Whenever you first heard the news, what made you want to come down here to her statue?
Well, I just wanted to see her because I thought on the news.
And guys, one thing, oh, sorry to interrupt. Just one thing I was going to say is one of the biggest things that we have also heard here is a lot of people are saying, even though she said that about her health a couple days ago, she was giving people hope, and that is something that so many people hold on to when it comes to Dolly. Oh, we've got maybe one of the tiniest people coming to pay tribute. Can you guys see this? This is really sweet. Yeah, so it says Mr. Dolly coming through, and he's got flowers and a crown and his family with him. And yeah, so this is the kind of stuff that we're seeing, people of all ages coming through. And like Harry, you were talking about your niece, probably around the same age. This little boy knows who Dolly is. It's really sweet to see so many different people. Yeah, just more of that. We're hearing some Dolly Parton music playing now off to the side from a speaker of some sort. I'm not sure if that's the city or if someone brought a speaker, but we've been hearing a lot of that. But man, that woman singing was so powerful. She said she just felt called to start singing that song. So that has by far been one of the biggest moments out here today. Probably. You want me to head on over there? Hold on one second. He is really cute. Yes. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm live right now. Can we talk to you all about... Hi, how are you? Hi. What is this little cutie's name?
Colt Magaha.
Sorry, say that again.
Colt Magaha.
Okay, and why did you all feel it was important to come out here and bring Colt out here today?
So, you know, being from here, growing up here, Dolly, she's a legend and an icon. She's who, you know, us girls, we looked up to growing up. You know, we love everything about Dolly, everything she stands for, family, community. You know, we lived here through the fires in 2016 when she donated to all of the victims of that, and then more recently, you know, we went through the hurricanes of Helene, and you know, I work in the town where that happened. I got to see that firsthand, and the way that she stepped up again, no questions asked, and to take care of her people. And so I feel like, you know, she's always taking care of her people. So it's a good time for her people to come and show their love and support to her.
Is this your son?
Yes.
And so why did you want to bring him out here today?
So, you know, just kind of the same thing my mom instilled into us growing up, everything that Dolly stands for and everything that she represents with, you know, family and faith and, you know, giving back to others and those kind of things. We've tried to instill that in him, you know, since the day he was born. And this year, Colt had the opportunity to compete at Dolly Fest in Pigeon Forge, which is a pageant, and he was able to come home with the title of Mr. Dolly Fest. And we love that because we love anything that represents Dolly and all that she does for our little town here.
Congratulations.
The pageants that we do, the pageants that Colt has done have all been charity event pageants. They're not pageants that we go out here to make $1. These are giving back to charity organizations, donating back and giving back. So it's a legacy that she has instilled, and the values that she has instilled now we're celebrating and continuing on. She may be gone, but she'll never be forgotten.
Absolutely. And you have talked about being really close to some of the disasters that have unfortunately happened in East Tennessee. And we've heard today that Dolly brings a lot of hope. That seems to be a common theme here, hope. Being so close to these disasters, going through all of that, then Dolly shows up to help. How does that feel, knowing that she was always there to support her people?
I guess, you know, the easiest way to put it is, you know, she's almost like everybody's grandma. You know, you know she's gonna show up, and she's gonna be there. She's gonna be supportive. She's gonna give any kind of hope she can, and she's gonna take care of her people. When the floods happened from Hurricane Helene, she had a tent set up in the Walmart parking lot in Newport, and you know, not everybody knows a lot about Newport, but there's not much in Newport, but there's a Walmart, and Dolly set up her tent in the Walmart parking lot. And you know, she addressed the people of Cott County, and she gave her condolences and her sincerities, and she gave them hope that there were brighter days to come, and there were. The one thing that I think more than anything that Dolly never ever took for granted was her roots, knowing her family on a personal level, and knowing the care that she gave to her siblings and to other family members, and supported them not with her own passions, but their passions and their desires. She was a very humble woman, and she never forgot her roots. Yeah. She never forgot who she was.
Absolutely. Ladies, thank you so much for talking with us. We appreciate it.
Can you tell her thank you?
Tell her say bye.
Say bye. Can you say
bye-bye?
Can you say thank you?
Oh, he is so precious. Thank you all for sharing him with us. So yeah, guys, just yet another story of just how Dolly has touched people. He's in those pageants to give back, and that's exactly what Dolly would do. So yeah, this memorial continues to grow. The people continue to grow, and so we will be out here for quite a while we continue to watch this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I was just going to echo what you said. When these people, I remember the wildfires and then the floods, when people feel and felt hopeless, Dolly was there and showed up to help. it gets bad again, I might ask for your other earbud again. Okay, thank you. That's not a problem. Okay, Wendy, we might be getting close. Emily, I'm ready again if you need us or if you want to wait. Okay, maybe not. They're going to someone else. Yeah. It's kind of a very fluid situation.
Beautiful. They're supposed to start at 6, but they're already going now. Yeah, they started.
Yes, yes. We are available. Couple of minutes.
This whole place is going to be covered.
Yeah.
I guarantee.
Oh, thank you. That is so sweet. That's really nice.
You know, Sarah and Casey, if there is one place in St. Tennessee
1 minute. So I'll just kind of do like an intro and then I'll bring you in. I'll make it very obvious. I'll step out first. Show what's going on. Yeah, and they just keep pouring in, and there are people now that are getting off work who work in Sevier County who are now able to come in and pay tribute, and even some businesses in town closing early because of just they needed a moment to recognize Dolly and what she's done for this community. I do want to kind of show you what it looks like now. I know we've been popping in periodically here, but it just continues to grow. In fact, they have now spread out the flowers to form several different rows, and you're also able to get kind of a closer view of some of the signs. There are some I would call them candles, but they are little battery-powered candles, so no open flames, obviously. And then, of course, all the different items that make Dolly who she is, like the butterflies, and there was a disco ball and some sequins and all of those things that just made Dolly really larger than life. And I want to bring in some of the people that I have been talking with. There are so many people from all over, some who were here visiting, some who live here. I want to bring in Wendy, if you want to come and stand right next to me. You're from Sevier County?
Yes, I am.
And tell me what happened when you heard the news today.
I started crying. I have my friend here. Come here. She's my best friend, and she's the one that called and told me about it. And she wanted to make sure that it was actually real.
Right.
And so when I found out that it actually was, I called her back, and we had a good cry.
And then we decided we wanted to put flowers over here and just help the community grieve, and if we're here for God, and to help anybody that needs help in these times, because she's in a beautiful place.
I think the world felt connected to Dolly, but perhaps no one felt more connected to Dolly than people from Tennessee, people from Sevier County. How has she impacted you all as people who live here in Sevier County?
The most wonderful way. When the fires happened up here back 10 years ago, you might as well say, I wasn't living up here then. She was, but I wasn't. We were living in Nashville then. But I felt the impact because this is our vacation place before we moved up here in 2020. And I mean, it's just what she has done for people through her whole life
and what
is
she
amazing.
did for our community when we had those floods just last year or the year before last. She came together with her own, mind, soul, and helped her people. She has never let Tennessee down in any way. She is wonderful, and she is just a beautiful soul that I will meet someday in heaven.
We both will.
Thank you, Jesus.
We talked a little bit off camera about her husband, Carl Dean, and how she is there. And, ever since he died, she really has not been 100%, in that she said that she was waiting for him, or he was waiting for her at the gates of heaven. And you were kind of saying, the woman gets to rest now.
She lived her life on earth and did what she needed to do for God and for herself and family. And now she's with her husband, her love of her life, and with our awesome Heavenly Father. So she's at peace, and I'm just happy for her. Sad, but happy.
And we talked about when you heard the news today, and you were at work, and you said everyone kind of just couldn't believe it. Talk me through that. Okay, and I'm sorry, yeah, and that's, it's a lot of emotion that a lot of us are feeling because of how special she is to so many people here in Sevier County.
I never got a chance to meet her, almost did, but never got the chance. And every time we go to Dollywood, we would hope and pray that she would, show up. I said, oh my God, there she is. Oh my goodness. Didn't get a chance, but like Rosie said, we will see her again.
All right. Well, Wendy, Rosie, thank you for talking with me. I know it's difficult, but I really appreciate you spending time sharing your memories of Dolly out here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you all can see, just the line behind me of people waiting, and now a lot of people are just wanting to kind of take in the moment. They want to take in the memorial and take in all the people around them that are sharing similar feelings about Dolly here tonight. A lot of emotion out here in downtown Sevierville, guys. Yep. Yeah, in fact, actually, some of the parking has now opened up because some folks who work downtown have gone home for the day. So there is parking. It is, you know, you might have to walk a couple of blocks to get here. But as far as the roads are open. We've got police on scene helping to kind of mitigate anything. But, you know, like I've said before, everyone has been extremely respectful of other people, and everyone kind of here is on the same mission to just spend a moment just kind of with Dolly here at the statue. But yeah, so they do anticipate that more people will come out tonight, and they do have folks here from the city, if I can kind of show you, who are kind of making sure that everything stays organized. They're kind of, if things kind of get, you know, on top of each other, they're kind of making sure that it all looks nice. So that's why we have a couple of rows there. But yeah, everything is going well out here as more media shows up and more people show up as people are getting off work here tonight. Yeah, and Harry, yeah, and I can kind of show you this way too, Grayson, is even more people, and then it kind of looks like they're in the street, but they've just got some parking spots there that are blocked off just to kind of allow for more people to come through this area and to walk through the courthouse. So that's kind of the situation here on the other side of things. But there's no traffic moving through right now, but it's not, the road's not shut down or anything like that. Thank you.
Traction. So many people feel that has them coming to pay their respects today.
Oh, that's good. And you know, a big part of our legacy, we talked about, you know, everyone showing up to kind of the statue, almost the shrine to Dolly there in Sevierville. Oh my gosh, Harry's on play. Dolly.
We do have a battery pack for the TV too, which is good. And we're going to Good. She's been like walled off. Hey, so what's the plan for the rest of it? Are we staying in Wall to Wall? Okay, perfect. Thank you. She said keep going until at least 6:30. We might be streaming after that. She's gonna do a group call when he just wants to do it. Taking for Dolly, and I'm really wishing it was Dolly.
I feel like I've done nothing tonight, but everything.
Well, okay, so I just happened to be at work early today.
I wasn't supposed to be here.
I was gonna say you were off. Lindsay was also off. Caroline was working night side for her.
Because I texted Rex and I was like, "Do you want me to come in?" Because I was just like, it's almost like that guilt thing of like if you don't do something. He's like, "Yeah." So
And you would have Lindsay came in too.
Yeah.
She called me and she was like, do you know what's going on? I was like, yes, I know what's going on. Like, you're probably getting called in. Yeah.
Well, I don't even know if they figured out for Lindsay because like she was gonna do something on the Imagination Library and she went to the address and there's some smart
There was
things.
nothing there.
And so she's like, I just think maybe going to the Stampede. She's having issues getting in touch with Rex. I was like, it's not a bad idea to go to the Stampede.
It's not a bad idea at all. Or the Knox County Library works with the Imagination. That's what I told her. I was like, you should go to the Knox County Library because that's when I did a story on that. That's where I went. And she's like, well, I'm already in Sevierville. And I was like, oh, well, Sevierville coming. That's what I did.
I did talk to a guy who worked at the library and his son and grandson both got benefit of the Imagination Library. So I just sent some of that back now. You doing good?
Yeah.
I brought snacks.
I can get one hand back there, but
He talked to this little kid, like ran up in the middle of her live shot to talk to take off. What is that? Martha's mom. I was like, Martha's mom. And then Bex was like, you stay here. We'll bring your package. And I was like, no. Like there's nobody cares about anything else. Hello? And then who are we gonna say with Casey? Hello. Yeah. I would go.
No, we were playing.
Otherwise, you would have ended up with Rex. Literally, they're like, let's send a boat dog. And then Harry was like, I want to go. I'm like, no, we need an anchor.
You can break the boat dock into a heavy help.
Oh, my name's Katie. I don't know if you want my picture.
I will say my arms were about on fire when we did that last one. I was thinking about it. I was like, I'm over here. I'm trying. Oh, no.
But are these people, are they on your podcast?
No, they're here.
I know.
Let him smell you, her. Let me get out of y'all's way.
Oh, no, you're fine. We're not on right now.
Hey, how are you guys?
Oh, hey.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
You've been killing it out here.
You too.
Yeah. How are y'all?
Good.
I don't know what Glenn is now. I saw him walk in the live shot.
It's okay. I walked into it too. I had no idea what was going on.
He was like,
well, because Casey's IFB went out, so I gave her mine, and then I had no idea what was going on, so I like reached down to grab mine, and then I put it in, and as I put it in, I hear Emily go, "You're alive, step back," and I was just like,
right. Wait, so like,
Emily's been doing everything. We've been in wall to wall this whole time.
I know. Harry and
Finally
Amanda.
gave Force. Well, I guess Spencer's on.
Harry and Amanda, like, I don't even know. Like, who was talking
It was
about
the most like surreal thing I've ever seen because they were in the middle of the tear fog.
Yeah, what was it like at the
And
station?
John,
I was on the phone with
like,
Rex.
He walks out and
He goes,
he's like,
Dolly's
"Did you know Dolly's dead?" I know, like, what do you mean Dolly's dead?
I was on the phone with Rex.
I know, and Rex was like, "You need to stay there." And he looks at me and goes, "Dolly's dead."
Okay, I had looked it up on Safari, and it was so early. Safari hadn't even caught like the AI thing. He goes, "No, Dolly is not dead." And then I scrolled, and I saw people.
Well, Caitlin and I whipped up social media, and then Lindsay calls me.
Okay, I have to show you this picture of my sister's dog because it looks just like your dog.
Oh my gosh.
His name is Tito.
This is Beans. I got him at Knoxville Humane.
Okay, she lives in Austin, Texas.
Oh
so,
my gosh,
but
that looks
yeah,
just.
I was like, I'm
Look at
dying.
those
Yeah,
Beans.
so cute.
Oh my gosh.
And he's like the best dog. He's just so chill.
My little humane dog.
He's so
My
cute.
mic isn't working.
It's making me mad.
Do you need help with that or anything?
No, I'll be fine. I haven't done this one yet, so it's not hooked up, so I gotta like actually.
It's like a new, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, breaking news? Oh. She was the one. Yeah. Crazy breaking news.
But yeah, there was nothing happening in front of the sign for a while.
Tell you a story. In 1978, I graduated from East Tennessee State in surveying technology, and this is where I did my apprenticeship. This place is completely a different world from what it is today. It's amazing, and right there is a reason.
Dolly. Yeah. It's incredible.
That's the real reason.
Do you live here now, or?
Pardon?
Where do you live now?
Up in Elizabeth.
Okay, yeah. So did you come down just to see this, or?
No, we were already here. The wife and I, we were going to go to Dollywood today.
Oh.
But it was closed, and we didn't realize that it was going to be, it's their day to be closed this week.
Oh, so they were already
already okay.
And we're going to be going back tomorrow.
Oh, bummer.
They're going to be open, so.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty busy, I would assume.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go get me a picture up close.
Well, do you want me to take it for you? Like our plan?
Please do.
I'm budgeted Friday, so they'll probably have to wait. I was supposed to. What's that?
Example.
All right. We are out here in your building. Gavin takes part. He goes here at the front. Like, so our dad walks forward. It was perfect. Casey was wearing pink. You already wearing and Amanda was also wearing pink. Oh, she is, yeah. So it was like going through my closet. I was like, yeah, I wouldn't have known. I thought you were in your dress. Caitlin was, you went to the mural downtown, right? Okay, I'll be honest. This is a panic plan. No, I can't hear her feet. Thank you. Good. Well, we would know how to
Yes. We actually did the first picture of the past together.
Right, but like after today,
Yes, we did paper and stuff.
I watch her all the time. This is Alexa. She's one of our supporters. Okay, nice to meet you. Oh, camera right here? Yeah. It is. It's about you. I was so shocked too because almost just with the truck stop, they on the way last week. We passed right by it. We're never like south of that. My parents went though and they got me a mask.
I'm double ready.
I know you don't know what to do. And my husband keeps trying to text me today. Get this ink. And it's like, no, I'm not at first. And it's just like we said, we remember. So I love you.
I love you.
So we're locals with this bus.
I just got the Braxton. They said we're going to 7 and stay with Emily. Maybe I need to go. We're going to 7. We need to sit back there and find a stool that I don't like. No, it's dead. They deserved it.
Yeah, well, hopefully it'll be cool.
There may very well be somebody there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Don't know,
Because it was closed today. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was scheduled to be closed.
Right. Yeah.
They're closed on Tuesdays.
There very well could there may be somebody there, but if it is back open and not done.
So she might be sitting. Awesome. Thank you.
1.5 hours.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
I could run 2 of these 300 walk.
And so I started wearing it, and then my skin got used to it, and now I
Trying to
pay full
find an
price.
option where we can go live pretty much from anywhere. So we have use that. Have Starlink.
Totally, yeah.
Call it PAB. Do a full 2.5 hours. Yeah. That's why we bought that.
You're not. You're fine. You're good. We're not live right now. Oh.
I do after breakfast.
No, you're fine.
Switching batteries.
Are they talking to me?
Tell them I'm switching batteries.
No. Should we be hearing
She
something?
said Dolly and this is.
Not yet. They're probably. Are they re-racking or like starting over?
6:30 would be my guess. Stay with me.
Still nothing.
I paid money to see that.
Who'd you text?
Emily.
Okay. Cool. It's not funny. So cute. Nice camera work. I love that I don't have to tell you it. You just do it. It's great.
Blossom is a great word, John, because there are a lot of different flowers that are
Yes, they're clearing the placard in front of Dolly's statue, Katie, exactly. They keep expanding it out. It continues to grow. Katie, you mentioned this a moment ago. We're looking around, and you described it as waves of people coming to the pay their respects, their honor, and appreciation for Dolly, the incredible connection there. And it's just another example of this
What are they saying now?
I can't hear anything in my FB. Emily said they were kind of like re-wrecking a rundown, and then they'd probably get ready to go here soon.
The coverage we were able to pull together so quickly. And when did they start streaming?
Like 2. I'm very impressed with our crew. Everybody, even everyone.
Amanda, was she already in the office?
So she does a 2 o'clock hit every day that's new. That's at Tennessee and 10 at 2 o'clock. We do it at like 10, or we do it at 9, and we do it at 10 o'clock, or 2 o'clock. And so she's been doing that. So she was in the studio doing that when the news came down. And then she was like, I'll go on there until Casey, because I was at work early just because I got out of the house early, and I was like, okay, I'll just go to work. And I was like, oh. So I ran inside, and then I was going to go on the desk, but then we realized, no, we need to be field anchoring. Okay,
told
cool.
Ted.
I don't want to text him because he doesn't like it when you bother him with bad news on his vacation.
Surely he's heard it.
Well, when Helene happened, he didn't know until he came back.
Seriously? He protects his Ted.
He's in Italy.
He's in Greece or whatever.
Yeah, Greece and Italy. Yes.
Yeah, the people probably think Ted is having health problems. Like, he's always gone. How people probably think that.
Yeah.
I was thinking that the other
My favorite thing ever is when someone asks Casey who Ted is, and she goes, "I'm not his keeper." When did I say that? I was stressed.
I think it was in the middle of breaking news.
Yes.
And then we were like, "Where's Ted?" And you were like, "I don't know. I'm not his keeper."
He's never here. Did you all do the butterflies on the fences? Yes. Could we talk to you? We have a hit here coming up in a second. Sure. Okay, here, come on over here. What are your names?
Gabby.
Gabby, I'm Casey.
I'm Briley.
Briley?
And that's Casey.
You're Casey too? How do you spell it?
PC.
Okay, and C-A-S-E-Y. Awesome. Well, they're going to talk to me in my ear in just a minute, and then I'll give you a heads up before we go. It'll be a couple minutes, and then I'll kind of talk about what's going on, and then I'll introduce you guys. And I'll ask you why you wanted to come out here today, and you made the pretty princess with the butterflies. I'm assuming because Dolly loves butterflies. Yeah. Yes, I'm good. Sorry. So y'all just stay right here, and I'll bring you in.
I'm sorry that I was sitting right there. I didn't even.
No worries, you're fine. Yes. Absolutely, Harry. I think it's really fitting here tonight that a statue made to honor Dolly Parton really put this town on the map. And now tonight, there are hundreds of people who have come by tonight to pay their respects to her. Now, I want to show you what's going on behind me. Of course, every time you all have checked in with me, we have seen this memorial grow. We have seen the crowd grow from about a dozen to 50 to 100, and people just coming in and out. We've seen a lot of tears and a lot of smiles of people reminiscing about what Dolly meant to them. You can see here we have flowers that are all across this memorial here, Fly High Dolly signs, I will always love you Dolly signs, and even some children who have dropped off some of their imagination library books, some handwritten notes and some handwritten artwork as well. Really touching to see all ages out here, from really young to talk to a man who was celebrating his 82nd birthday here in Sevier County from North Carolina, and they had plans to go to Dollywood and then got this news, and so they came here. And I want to bring in a couple of friends who I just met, if you all want to come in right here. And you all I watched you walk up there and you dropped off a pretty unique memorial. It was a fence with a butterfly on it. What made you come up with that, or how did you come up with that?
So we know that Dolly really likes butterflies, and we do too. So we just kind of figured we'd make something to honor her for that.
What does Dolly Parton mean to you?
She means to me that she's like really nice. So like she's like a really big role model to lots of people, especially me.
Do you like her music too?
Yes.
Yeah.
And when you all came out here today, what did you think about the crowd and all the people you saw?
It's good that a lot of people are here to celebrate her life and what she's done for everyone.
Are you all from Sevier County? Are you visiting?
No, we're from New Jersey.
Okay, so are you here on vacation?
Yeah.
So when you heard the news today, what did you think? You were in Dolly's hometown, and sad news, but you felt like you wanted to come out and do something.
Yeah, it was sad.
Yeah. They were just at Dollywood yesterday, and it's crazy that we wake up and hear about this.
Yeah, that is. Well, that is a beautiful tribute that you've left for her today. And your names again?
Gabby.
Briley.
Casey.
Okay, ladies, thank you so much for coming by. We appreciate it, and thank you for your tribute. So as you can see, really, really thoughtful items that people are bringing here, just wanting to kind of say thank you to Dolly and everything that she has done. Harry, I do want to mention that I did talk to some of the officials here who said that they have things under control, and really the crowd has been really respectful. They said that as people who work downtown were leaving, it kind of opened up some more parking spots for people to come by. So people are coming, staying for a little while, and then headed out. So it hasn't ever been too overwhelming, and everyone's been really respectful out here. But, you know, Dolly, she's larger than life, and so I don't think there's any tribute that can really, you know, speak to the woman that she was. But there's some really thoughtful items being placed out here for sure. Yeah, I'll kind of get out of the shot here while I talk to you about that. But yeah, there was a man here, and he was here for a little while. And I just said to him, you know, like, how are you feeling? And he said, I just don't want to be home right now. I don't want to be alone. He wanted to be here. He said Dolly had a sense of hope for everyone, and he wanted to just kind of have that with everyone else here. But yeah, you know, Harry, it's really unique for us here in East Tennessee because Dolly's impact is felt all around the world, but it's felt on a different level here in Sevier County. We've talked about how she stepped in after the wildfires, how she stepped in after the floods, and really everything in between. All the things we don't always know about, Dolly has had a hand in. She's championed children's health. She's championed children's literacy. She really, the woman has done so much for the world, but especially for Sevier County. And so the people here, when you talk to them, they feel especially close to her. She has family members here in Sevier County, but it wasn't that she always remembered Sevier County, but it also was home to her. So she was back here a lot. She was back here at Dollywood a lot, and she was always just making an impact here in her community. But yeah, Harry, this crowd just continues to grow out here. More and more people coming out here to pay their respects, and then you have some city officials here just trying to make sure everything kind of stays nice and neat, and that there's plenty of room for all these memorials that are coming through. Yeah, thanks, Harry.
introduced today. And of course, other people here simply because they love their music. We also cannot forget about all of her philanthropic efforts. That is something that has certainly also been a ripple effect. Now, we expect this memorial to, of course, continue to grow tonight. They have started shutting down the roads around the courthouse as people just continue to drop items off. Now, a lot of folks had asked about Dollywood and what the situation is there. Dollywood was already closed today as they are closed on Tuesdays during this part of their season, but they do say that they plan to reopen tomorrow in true Dolly fashion and continue to have the show go on like she would want. Now, we've been talking to fans who have been out here all day long, some of them fans for decades. One of them I spoke to, Sabrina Taylor, has been following Dolly since the 90s. She tells me she's met her several times and that she and other fans thought that this day would never come and thought that they just had a little bit more time with one of their favorite celebrities. And like she said, there was a connection that everyone has to Dolly Parton, and we've always said that if there is one person that brings everyone together and that nobody has any ill will towards, we all believe that it is Dolly Parton, and that is truly showing tonight.
Yeah, that was a really powerful moment, but it showed you just how much people are feeling when they come here and they're seeing Dolly's statue, they're seeing the memorials and the tributes in place, and then they're being with other people who are also touched by Dolly Parton. Harry, by far the largest crowd we've seen so far tonight. I want to show you what we're seeing, and now the crowd was in front of the statue for most of the day, and we are seeing it definitely kind of bleed into around the courthouse, and even some people up on the courthouse steps trying to get a better view of this memorial. And we talked to some younger girls who were here. They were on vacation. They actually went to Dollywood yesterday. They heard the news today. They brought butterflies and a fence with butterflies on it saying, "I will always love you, Dolly." We've seen flowers. We've seen Fly High Dolly posters. We've seen Imagination Library books and every type of bouquet that you can think of. A lot of different colors here to represent Dolly. Of course, yellow. She loved yellow. She loved butterflies. Balloons here. The city doing a good job of kind of keeping people in and out as much as they can, and people are coming and they're taking their time to kind of just remember Dolly and what she stood for and what she meant to this community. And Harry, we've talked to people from out of town who are here visiting. We've talked to people here in Sevier County, and definitely people here in Sevier County feeling this extra hard because of how much she's done for this community, especially after every tragedy that has happened, the wildfires. She stepped in donating millions and millions of dollars, as well as after the Hurricane Helene floods. She was up in this area helping people. So it's just kind of surreal. I think it's not really hit a whole lot of people yet until they come here and then they see the outpouring for support. We've heard cars drive by playing her music, people singing her music, and even some people playing her music through some loudspeakers here. So we've seen all kinds of things, and it's definitely not slowing down, as a lot of people have gotten off work here and have come by with their families tonight.
I'm staying here. No, you're good. You're good. You want one of those right before you do something? Would that be good?
Thank you.
Like,
I'm a member of SAG, so I can.
Oh, okay. No,
Yeah.
I'm not, but you can interview me if you want.
Yeah.
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 Okay, thank you. That's great, and you're gorgeous. By
Thank
the way.
you.
You're very
That's
welcome.
very sweet.
You're very welcome.
What is your name?
Simon.
Simon. Okay, I'm Casey. It's
Nice to meet you.
Our camera is right over there.
Okay.
It's easier to kind of go over there than to bring it over
Oh,
here.
that's
Is that
fine,
okay?
yeah, of
Can I
course.
just stand beside and watch?
Yeah,
Okay.
come on.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt.
That pink looks beautiful on you.
Thank you.
You just want to do it as a shot of them or both?
Yeah, we'll just do them and then
Perfect.
yeah. Or him, just him. Yeah, sorry. Okay, and you can look at me, and I'll hold the microphone, and I'll ask you a question. No worries, and he's gonna get us all set up. Thank you for helping me. So, are you from here?
I'm Jefferson, but I live up here now.
Some people say I'm good.
But Dolly, I went to White Pine. Well, you gonna say for the?
Yeah, we'll
okay.
Yeah.
So she came to my elementary school when I was in. Yeah.
Okay, first question, can you please say your name and spell it for me?
Simon Pate, Simon Pate.
And you are from East Tennessee?
Yes.
So, you're out here today paying tribute to Dolly. What does she mean to you?
She means everything. It's just I really can't put it into words. It's just if you couldn't be anything like Dolly, it's just that's the big thing. It's 'cause she was like she didn't care about her name. She just cared about like the big thing is she cared about what she left for this world and how she'd be remembered. And it's just and you can tell behind us how that is true. And it's the thing she had so much money, but she didn't care about that because with all her foundations, Imaginary Library, Dolly Parton Children's Hospital, the relief she did for the fires back in 2016 and the fire and then the hurricane back 2 years ago, she's done so much, not only for the world but especially for East Tennessee.
And I was going to ask, do you feel a special connection to Dolly being from East Tennessee?
Yes, definitely. Also, when I was in first grade, I went to White Pine School. She actually came to my elementary school when I was in first grade, and my grandma was a teacher, and she actually pulled me out of class, and I actually got to go meet her. And I was starstruck. And being from East Tennessee, you know who Dolly is before you can walk and breathe. Sometimes I feel like so. It was a very special moment, and just something that I always hold near and dear to my heart.
What are you noticing about being out here tonight and all the people that are paying tribute?
It's just it's a common denominator. Everyone is just here paying tribute, and it's just you can see on everyone's faces what she means to everybody, and what she meant for people, and it's just how emotional it makes people, and not only with her music but with everything else that she did.
Awesome. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
It was nice to talk
Nice
to you.
talk to
That
you.
was wonderful. Thank you so
You're
much.
very welcome. Thank you. Great. Okay, when is Simon going to be on?
Tonight at 10 and 11.
Tonight at 10, okay.
Yeah, but it'll be online too.
Okay.
I'll have to tell my parents.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds great.
Thank
And
you
the
so
news
much.
is from Knoxville.
From
Channel 8,
Knoxville,
right?
Because I know
yeah.
Gatlinburg does not have a channel.
No, so we cover Gatlinburg, but
Okay.
yeah, so we're the CBS.
You said 10?
10 and 11. And 10 o'clock on our CW and 11 o'clock on CBS.
Okay, and then it'll be on.
Don't record this, but one thing that touched my heart the most is she had more money than Midas, and every time she was interviewed with someone to ask her, why don't you have real jewelry? You know this story? She says the same thing. I will never buy any real jewelry except my wedding ring is real. She said, because I don't want to purchase something that could have fed my family and have my family. Yeah. So she said it'll always be possible. She was something else.
Yes.
She was there. She was there. Yeah. Are you from here?
I'm not, but I've been here for 15 years.
So you know about the money thing with the fires?
Oh, yeah, I was here. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It was incredible.
There are people who started a business on Split Rail Woods.
Yes.
Two gentlemen at Split Rail Woods. Yes, they're okay. Those two guys literally lost a house they had just purchased. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, it's up in Gatlinburg.
Okay.
Is it
The
still?
owner's name, yes, John and Corbin. Okay. Yes, John and Corbin. Now here's the kicker. So the story goes that John and Corbin lost everything, and she gave $6,000 per person. It didn't. If there were 5 adults in your home, you got $6,005. Each person got $6,000. At the end of 6 months, she went back and gave every single adult $1,000 a month to the end of that
It's a really
bigger.
good, yeah.
It's a really good, yeah.
Love that.
Split rail
Thank you for telling me about that.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
She did so much. And she was truly don't let the right hand know her, but tends to be. Yeah.
Oh, golly, bum. I thought that was the camera.
I think it's working. I think it's okay.
I thought it was the camera.
5-second rule.
Yeah, exactly. 5 seconds.
I'm sorry, I can't see.
Thank you. What was your name again?
Casey.
Casey. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Casey, so
guys.
nice to meet you.
What's up, Caroline?
Nice to meet you.
So yeah, that just fell off randomly.
All the time.
It was so great. How are you?
Good. Doing great.
Thanks.
I came because I saw her in Dollar General. I did not know Dolly had passed, and this little fella.
You didn't know she passed?
No, I didn't know. I was walking around, and they kept playing Dolly's music, and the DJ
I didn't know you
on
didn't
the radio.
know.
No, the DJ on the radio. You told me.
I didn't know.
No, well, not you. The lady. Okay, the lady